Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thank you guys very much for being here today. I appreciate it, and I hope you are all doing well. Blood Moon, Mendy, Noah, Talon, Alex, Robert, Mantar. Good morning, guys. Happy Saturday. Now we're playing a little bit of Classic today. Classic. And yeah, we'll do this for the morning, and we'll see how the day goes. I need to adjust a little bit of volume settings. Let me do that. That sounds better. And then... okay, this is maxed out. Let's just max that out. How's the music for you guys? There we go. That sounds good. One step closer to a hardcore stream. Okay, so it's not in the title. This is going to be a no death run or a low death run. We're not gonna do hardcore. Like, we're not gonna straight up do hardcore. I'm not gonna play on a hardcore server. I'm not even gonna run the hardcore add-on. But we are gonna do an honest man's run. And we are gonna try not to die. So maybe I should put that somewhere in the title. Yeah, there's really, they don't give you enough characters in the YouTube title for my taste. Let's see. Trying not to die. Okay. So there we go. Yeah, we're not doing like straight up hardcore because, I don't really feel like losing a character, having to re-roll. But we're gonna do a low death run. We're gonna try to play as if we're on hardcore. We're gonna try to have as few deaths as possible. But I'm not gonna delete the character or anything like that. So that's what we're gonna do. I might have to find a way to like maybe have a tracker, like a death counter somewhere, so that we can visually track how many deaths we've had. But yeah, the goal is 0. The goal is 0. And for the time being, this is probably as close to a hardcore stream as we're going to get. Alex, you played on the server for a little bit yesterday? Yeah, we are on Deviate Delight. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, let's just drag our icon all over the place here. That's a good way to start. Let me lock these in place.
What can I do for you?
There we go. Let's lock them. And lock them.
See you around.
Yeah, you guys will keep track. I have no doubts about that. It felt good to get back to basics. Yeah, that's what I was kind of like. I was kind of yearning for it. I think I'm going to try to...
Hey there.
Make the week more balanced in terms of like the content that we do. After I got done with like my 5th hour of Mythics yesterday, I realized that was basically all that I was playing. And that maybe I was getting a little bit obsessed. And so for the sake of the content, and for the sake of like just having a little bit of balance on the channel, I'm not going to come up with a schedule, and I'm not going to say, like, vanilla on the weekends, Cataclysm on Wednesdays. I'm not going to come up with a schedule. I'm not going to tie myself to anything so concrete.
For the Alliance.
But I am going to strive to have a little bit more balance throughout the week, so that we're not just running Mythics 5 hours a day, 2 hours of which is me saying the F word, and yeah. So that's kind of the goal going forward. Sometimes obsession leads to burnout. Yeah, exactly. And I don't want to burn out on Mythics. I don't want to burn out on anything. And so after yesterday, I quickly decided that it was time to bring balance back to the Force. Yeah, I'm going to be Anakin Skywalker. Good old boy Hayden. And I'm going to bring balance back to the Force. Or at least balance back to the streams. And then, you know, it'll probably turn it towards the dark side a little bit, but that's okay. It'll be balanced, though. That's the important part. We need auto loot. Buffalo Bill, good morning, man. Welcome to the most classic stream. Thanks for being here. Alright, now that we have auto loot, we can get into things. We really need charge. I need to grind up to level 2 really fast. Leah, good morning. Happy Saturday to you. Welcome. Nothing wrong with a little classic. Yeah, it's in an effort to rebalance things a little bit, so that we can keep having fun doing mythics. But I need to make sure that we're playing more versions of the game throughout the week, so that we're not hyper fixated on one thing, so that I'm not getting burned out of one thing without realizing it. Just a little bit more variety. A little bit more variety. I had enough of keys. Yeah. The thing is, I haven't had enough. That's part of why I'm doing something different today. Because I have this habit, I realize, of getting like really obsessed about things like that. I think what it is for me is like chasing rating. Chasing rating has this really addictive quality to it. It happened to me in Heroes of the Storm as well. And in Heroes of the Storm, I didn't stream back then, but anyone who was around will know that I cursed just as much as I curse in a mythic that's going sideways. And so I think I get obsessed with this idea of chasing rating, because rating is such a tactile and like easy way to feel your own progress, even more so than like item level. Even more so than item level, like seeing that number like creep steadily up, like completing keys that you haven't had a score for yet, like it's all like kind of like psychologically addictive to me. So the problem is that I haven't had enough of keys, but that I'm intentionally taking a step back, and I'm gonna try to make sure that we're doing more of a variety of stuff on the channel throughout the week, so that I'm not spending like 5 hours a day, 5 days in a row, farming keys, like, because yeah, I get obsessed. Is this hardcore? This is an honest man's run. We're trying not to die. This is not hardcore in the sense that I'm not going to delete this character if I die. If I die, we're going to track how many times I die in the run. But I'm going to be playing it as if it's hardcore. I'm going to be trying not to die. Yeah, that's what the title says. Trying not to die. It's not hardcore, that's why it doesn't have the hardcore iconography. We are on the Deviate Delight server, so we're not on the hardcore realms. Semi-hardcore, yeah, it's softcore. It's softcore hardcore. Let me know if the music or any of the sound effects or anything need to be adjusted. We hit level 2, let's go back and we'll train. Fair warning, this is a PvP server. We're not gonna count PvP deaths. Yeah, because we're gonna get to that point where like someone's gonna farm me. We are not gonna count PvP related deaths. We are counting PvE and environment, like gravity and stuff. But if someone comes and ganks me, that don't count towards the death counter. And yeah, because if we were playing actual hardcore, there would be no PvP. That's my justification. If we were playing actual hardcore, there would be no PvP. So yeah. Why don't I know where the warrior trainer's at? Maybe because that's not what I'm tracking. Oh god. Northshire Abbey, you're a stranger to me. There we go. Yeah, it's RP PvP, which just means that what? They do like a monologue while they're teabagging you? Like they type out like a monologue in character while they teabag you in Stranglethorn? Is that what makes it RP PvP? I'm kind of confused. Oh, we don't have money because, like, why would we have money? Getting stuck in the boat and drowning counts. Yeah, anything that would count on a normal hardcore, like, official server counts. So PvE and environment-related death. But yeah, I can't account for somebody, like, just camping my corpse for days.
See you later.
I probably shouldn't have sold that jerky. I probably am going to need that jerky.
Greetings. Hey there. See you around.
And I think on this character we're going to do Herbalism and Alchemy. Well, it's going to be tough now. No, you know what we'll do? We'll do Herbalism and Skinning for a while. And we'll stockpile all the herbs. And then after we have a little bit of spending money from the leatherworking or from the skinning, then we'll switch it out. But yeah, we'll start with Skinning.
See you later.
Nenya, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. Karen, good evening. Everything is good. Thanks for being here. Favorite class? You are in Classic Era, you're looking at it. You are looking at it. For Vanilla, Classic Era Vanilla, Warrior would definitely be my favorite class. The Paladin's close, but the Warrior has charge, so the Warrior is much more fun to play. I don't really like where the frame is at. Actually, I think I'm gonna move the frames down a little bit. It's kind of like blocking my shot of the enemy. These are not going to be in alignment. This is probably going to be bothersome until I get back to a quest giver, but I'm going to put it right there for now. Oh, that's so off-centered. That is good enough. You're curious what the economy is on the server? Yeah, it's I gotta guess that it's probably pretty messed up. It's an old server, right? So the server's been around. It's not a new server. And supposedly there was like a small community of people who chose to do like kind of like a fresh start here, but it's not really like a fresh start. But we will find out. We will be in Stormwind probably within the hour or so. And we will take a look at the auction house. You know what's a good benchmark is the Shining Silver Breastplate, level 24 chest piece. We'll check out the Shining Silver Breastplate. That's a good benchmark for whether or not the economy is functional or not. Typically, you can get one of those for anywhere from 12 to 20 gold. And obviously, the higher the cost of it, the more whacked the economy is on the server. This person is doing the naked run, so go them. Yeah, let me know about the music, guys. I have it kind of intentionally loud right now, but I can lower it if it's like completely overpowering my voice. Nobody overpowers my voice, gets away with it. Not in this town. Yeah, let me know. It's a bit loud. Damn, I don't really want to turn it down. I'll turn it down a little bit. I'm going to turn it down to about right there. Now, when I go listen to this later, because I go and I always sound test the VODs after the fact. When I go listen to this later, if the music is super quiet for the entire VOD, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Hello.
I will be very sad if it turns out that what I just did made the music way too quiet for the entire playthrough. That's probably a better place. Let's lock him in. Because I would rather have it be a little bit too loud than to have people just like not be able to hear it. And that's like keeping in mind like the music has peaks and valleys. Right now we're entering a loud part of the track, but we will go through like more subtle parts of the track also. And so yeah, I don't want to bump it down too much, but I understand that when it does get loud, it can get loud, like pretty loud. Alright, every death I have to speak like Batman for 10 minutes? Maybe for like 5 minutes.
Have a good one.
I've never tried to maintain that persona, because it is a persona. It's not just a voice. You have to do weird things in your brain to get yourself to do voices like that at the age of 40. I've never tried to maintain it for more than like a minute or so at a time. So I don't think I could maintain it for 10 minutes.
Light be with you.
But I might be able to maintain it for 5 minutes.
Be careful.
I found out the other day that some voice actors get paid $200 a minute. $200 a minute of recording for like professional voice acting. Not like $200 a minute that they're doing the job, but literally by the minute of like recording that they do. I'm like, damn, not $200 a minute. Whew. Just to read some words very well.
Be light. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you. Be careful. Go with honor, friend.
At 200 hours a minute, I would only need to work for a half a minute. I would do a half a minute of recording every day. And if I did a half a minute of recording every day, I'd be okay. I like the idea. Yeah, the idea is a good one. I was trying to think of like things I could do in the event that I died. Having to talk in a Batman voice for 5 minutes, it seems like maybe that's a good idea. I just don't think I could do 10. Nerd Adam, I appreciate that, man. Thanks for being here and checking out the stream. Do the whole minute, live large. Yeah, you know, I might as well. That's a good point. Now, granted, I'm assuming that the $200 a minute is like A-list voice actors. Probably not like that's probably not your entry level pay. It's probably like, you know, like the Baldur's Gate 3 voice actors. It's probably like that level of voice actor. But still, it's a shit ton of money. Do it while I do the spirit run. Yeah, like maybe like while I do the spirit run, I have to read your comments in the Batman voice. I will read your comments. I will read every comment that a member says, and I will read the interesting ones that non-members say. That's how we'll do it. I'll try to formalize these rules in some way at some point in the description. But yeah, while I do the spirit run, I will read what you type out. As long as it's like PG-13 rated, not racist, sexist, you know, as long as it follows other channel guidelines, I will read them out. And I will prioritize members, and then if a non-member says something that I think would sound funny in the Batman voice, then I will read those too. Here, I'll add that to the description. I don't have a lot in the description. Okay. There we go. Description updated. We'll see how this goes. I'm assuming that I'm never going to die, so I think it's going to be fine. I'm assuming that I'm never going to die. Now there are some people playing here. It's not like super crowded. It's not very busy. But we got some people playing. We got a lot more people. When I first signed in this morning, there was only 4 people. So that's pretty good. It's pretty good. There are probably more people leveling here than on most of the classic realms. That's probably true. Do any of you guys know like whose community it was, or like what streamer it was that decided they wanted to have a fresh start on Deviate Delight? I'm assuming it was one of the classic streamers on Twitch. That's my assumption.
What can I help you with?
Oh damn, look at this. I got a 6-slot bag. How did you guys miss this? Guys, I got 2 bags. You guys are really slacking off. Let me tell you. You're gonna have to pick up your game if you want me to not die. We got 2 bags. And I didn't notice either of them. This is a blessed run. I didn't see it happen. I was too busy talking. That being said, do we want to buy a better shield? Or do we just need to save, like, all of our money? Yeah, it's on our side today. I kind of want a better shield, but maybe we'll just wait and see what we get.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance. Be careful. Go with honor, friend.
Blood Moon. That's funny. Yeah. She didn't just hit it. The important thing is we were parked. Oh, my car still bears the scars of that fateful day. Every time I look at it, I just cringe. Oh god, it's a forums thing. Alex, that's terrifying. There was a video too, okay, but oh yeah, look at this. This is just random level 80 warlock. Like, where is he posting? This is like the Cataclysm? This is the Cataclysm forums? We all know there are lots of people out there that would love for a classic fresh server to come out. However, Blizzard has yet to hear our call. Many people do not even have accounts because they are not interested in the current options of WoW. Okay, I see. Yeah. Oh, weird. So it's a forums thing. That's even scarier than it being like a content creator thing. Dude was level 80 though. It had to be, like, why is he level 80? If it's not a Cataclysm forum. I'll get a new shield from a quest pretty soon. Yeah. That makes sense. My questie is very obnoxious today. Very obnoxious. I need to grind out to level 4. That's what I want to do. Let's just grind out to level 4, and then we'll get charge, and then we'll get some momentum going, and then it'll be fun. You pick whatever character to be your avatar. Dude is like, he's touting like classic era, but he picked a Cataclysm avatar. He should have chose more wisely. I'd be more interested in his post if he were like a level 60 vanilla avatar. Oh well, missed opportunity on his part. That's kind of how hardcore started. Yeah, you know, I don't remember how I heard about hardcore. I probably heard about hardcore from you guys. Yeah, I don't remember like what prompted me to start doing hardcore. Obviously, it must have been getting popular. I must have heard about it somewhere. But I don't go on the forums and I don't watch any other content creators. So it had to be you guys like talking about it or something to get me to go on Bloodset Buccaneers especially. How's the weather in Michigan today? Today is the last day of weather that's going to be hospitable to human life. Yeah, yesterday was really nice, and today is the last day for hospitable weather. After this, I guess we all melt, or we catch on fire. Depending on what your proclivity is, you'll either melt or you'll combust. After today. It's gonna be in the mid 90s here after tomorrow for like the next 6 or 7 days straight. The average high here for this time of year like is about 75 or 76 degrees Fahrenheit. And for the next 7 or 8 days, it's gonna be anywhere between 92 and 97 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to be for 7 days straight, we're gonna break records for heat. And it's going to be 20 degrees higher than normal seasonal temperatures. And I'm like, I can't, I've been trying to, you know, like when you have something really unsavory coming up that has to get done, and it's like, it's causing you a lot of anxiety. And like, it's always like it's a kernel of stress, like in the pit of your stomach that never completely unwinds. That's how I feel about this upcoming heat wave. I just feel like it's I almost start shaking when I think about it too much. I have an incredible amount of anxiety, an incredible amount of worry, and an incredible amount of stress concerning how hot it's going to get. As Illidan said, I am not prepared. It's like frightening levels of heat, and the anxiety that I feel about it is very worrisome. So I've been trying not to think about it, but I feel like I've been counting my last days of life almost. Like as I check the weather every day and I see that it's almost been like I'm just checking off the last days of my existence. I'm like, oh look, I get to exist for 3 more days. Awesome, I should make the best of it. And then I just instead of making the best of it, I just do what I always do every day, which for me I guess is making the best of it. And so that's how I've been living on borrowed time. That's what it feels like.
What are you looking for?
Yeah, I've been living on borrowed time. And the thing is, like, we've been kind of like soft planning to move back to Kansas City within like the next year or so. But it's just as hot there or hotter And if the entire effing planet is going to become a scorched, fiery inferno for the rest of my life, I feel like I actually have to move north.
For the Alliance.
Like, I'm looking at, like, temperatures in Michigan and, like, the Upper Peninsula, and they're going to see, while we're getting highs in the 90s, they're going to have highs in, like, the 60s and 70s. And I'm like, that's probably how I survive. Because with the anxiety and worry that I feel about this heat, like, I don't think I can live in a place that has this kind of heat. Part of it is, like, we spent August, a year before last, we spent all of August without an air conditioner. So I still have some PTSD about that. The other part is, like, we cut a tree down in our yard, so now we have no shade. So now even with the AC running all day, it's still going to be like 85 degrees in the house. If it's 97 outside and there's no shade all day, even with this AC running, it's gonna be 85 in the house. So it's gonna be really hot in the house, and I'm gonna have a $700 electric bill that I can't afford. So it's bad. I'm the only adult home, and so my dog's gonna bark probably most of the stream. I may have to at some point go up and calm him down and put him somewhere else in the house because my wife's not home. So there, like, once he gets going, if there's nobody home to, like, tell him to stop barking, it doesn't matter what's happening. He'll just keep barking. It's like, you know, when, like, your car alarm is going off and it just goes off and it goes off until you hit the button. If you never hit the button, like, the next day your battery's dead. That's what my dog is going to do today. And he does this every time my wife and son leave the house. It's great. Blood Moon, your grandson moved to Traverse City. Yeah, Traverse City is, like, that's also going to be, like, cooler temperatures than where I'm at. That's like 2 hours north of me and like an hour to the west. And even that would be cooler than where I'm at. Am I getting sick of Detroit? I don't live anywhere near Detroit. I live absolutely nowhere near Detroit. It would take me like an hour to get to Detroit from where I'm at. And when you live in Michigan, like, even if you live near Detroit, like, you don't do anything in Detroit. Detroit's not what you would really call, like, a super functioning city. There are, like, small pockets of functionality in Detroit, and then, like, those small pockets of functionality are surrounded by basically what's in a demilitarized zone. Except in the demilitarized zone, like, you'd probably have some, like, actual military presence, so, like, shit would be a little bit safer. It's more like just like it's like a war zone. It's a war zone operating outside the Geneva Convention. Yeah, I'm a Lions fan because I live in Michigan. Like, we have one football team. Like, not every city gets an NFL team. And so even though, like, not everyone lives in Detroit, if you live in Michigan, you know, the odds are you're like a Tigers fan or a Red Wings fan or a Lions fan. But that doesn't indicate that you live in Detroit. It just, like, indicates that you live in Michigan. Nobody lives in Detroit, like, if they can help it. I wouldn't survive in Texas. Oh yeah, obviously. No, I would have no desire to live in a place like Texas. Especially to live in a place like Texas where, like, A, it's hot, B, you have an infrastructure. Like, your energy infrastructure is basically built out of, like, Play-Doh and Lego bits. Like, you barely have an electric grid that works. Because of decades of not wanting to go along with the national standard and like Texas wanting to do its own thing, you have an electrical grid that barely functions. And so, yeah, of all the hot places I could live, a place where there's barely electricity is not one of those places. You're one power grid failure away from being a second world country. No offense to second world countries, but having a stable power grid when it's super hot out is necessary for, like, human life. Have I ever considered moving to New York City? Yeah, when I hit the lottery. Well, hey, when I'm working as a voice actor making $200 a minute, then we'll think about moving to New York City. Yeah, not exactly an affordable place. I got another bag. Guys, what is going on? I'm noticing that there's a preponderance of black bags. I don't know if I should be concerned about that or not. We got some gear we can equip. Alex with the 5 gifted memberships. Thanks so much, man. That's awesome. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the 5 people. Thanks for being here. Would I ever move away from the US? Yeah, to Canada. Yeah, I'm landlocked, but I'd love to move to Canada. But I would never, I don't want to fly across an ocean, so Canada's about as far as I go. Maybe, I don't know, maybe through Canada, can you get to Greenland or Iceland through Canada? I can't remember if they're like connected at all. I don't know, I don't geography well. But yeah, maybe Canada. I have to kind of get back into the mindset that like fighting guys on the way is worth it. It's worth it for the XP that we get. There might be a path to like Greenland or Iceland. Yeah, then maybe there. Yeah. Anywhere I can get to without having to cross an ocean. You'd be able to drive to Alaska? Yeah, I guess you could drive to Alaska. That'd be one heck of a drive. I don't mind. I would fly to Alaska because it's a domestic flight, kind of. Yeah, I think I could take a plane to Alaska if I wanted to go to Alaska. I could fly there, but I wouldn't be able to fly across an ocean. Full of quakes and mosquitoes. True, but in Alaska, like, it never really gets hot enough to need air conditioning. I heard that most homes in Alaska don't even have AC because you really don't need it. What you need is a wood burning furnace as a backup for like your main furnace in case you lose power in the winter. Like, I can deal with cold if I have a wood burning furnace as a backup to like my normal furnace, and that's awesome. That's all I need. If I have the ability to make heat, it'd be great to live in a place that it doesn't get hot enough to need central air. That's the dream. Just to live in a place where you don't even need to have air conditioning. You don't even need you might get like one hot day a year. You just turn a fan on. And there's bigger bears. There's bigger bears, but you just get a bigger gun. And then you're all set. And most bears aren't going to bother you anyway, but yeah. Nothing a high caliber rifle can't take care of. If push comes to shove. If push comes to claw.
Honor, friend. Be careful. Light bless you. For the Alliance.
Ah, there's the shield reward that we need. And I never learned charge. I ground out to level 4, but then I never bothered to learn charge. My beard already grows way too much sometimes. Sometimes it's like 2 weeks between trimmings. You just can't tell how unruly it gets on the camera. but in real life, it's bad.
See you later. Be careful.
It's like I usually notice how unruly my beard is when we take my kid to swim class twice a week. He's got swim class. And that's like the time when I have to be subjected to like other people for like a longish period of time, where I'm like in a building with other people who are also stationary. And then I realize like, oh damn, like I probably look like a hobo. And then I trim my beard the next day, like after it's, you know, after it's over. And then by the next time I go, it's already unruly again. We got a main hand mace. Let's equip that.
Light bless you.
It looks cool on camera. It's trust me, it's less cool in real life. I'm grateful for the camera and the lighting. I remember like when I worked at the office, like having to groom myself every single day, having to iron my clothes the night before, and then having to like actually like groom myself every day. Oh man, what a waste of time. What a complete waste of time. Do we have every quest we can have? Yeah, let's... It's been a while since we've done vanilla questing. I'm not in the flow. It's kind of a good feeling. The heart, Mike? Yeah, the heart is in the stupidest place ever. Yeah, the thing about the heart is like, imagine me trying to read someone's comment, and the most critical word is covered up by the heart always. The word I need to make any sense of the sentence is always covered by the heart. I'm gonna have to take a quick break, a minute here, to get my dog situated somewhere else in the house, because I can't leave him up in the main room like he is. I know what he's doing. He's on the couch with his paws up on the back of the couch. He's trying to look out the front window, and anything that he sees move out the front window, he'll then start pacing through the house and barking. This is what he's doing up there. So I have to put him on the staircase. I have to like basically lock my dog on the staircase while I work and no one's here, so that he can't go to a window, so that he can't see the outside world, so that he won't bark nonstop. So I'm gonna give him one more strike. He's got one more chance at freedom today. And if he doesn't take that chance, then he's gonna be locked on the staircase for probably the next like 4 hours, which is gonna suck for him. It's gonna suck. Do I play any other MMOs? Occasionally, but they don't usually stick. Because I don't really find like the gameplay and the combat to be fun in other MMOs. Not any that I've tried so far. In the interest of not dying, I should probably like take a step back and like think about my life and what I'm doing here. Did I still not train? Oh god. You guys can tell like I'm super focused today as normal. I'm just like super with it. I do need to finish my coffee. This is my first mug of coffee, and it's basically full. So I've had almost 0 caffeine today, if you can believe that. Okay. All right. One day I swear, next time we go back to the trainer, I will learn charge. I promise. I should just go back now. Let's just go back now. We'll kill some stuff on the way. I'm not in a big hurry.
You need something? Safe travels.
Did I play hardcore now? Did I play hardcore WoW? Or do I play hardcore now? That sentence could go a few different ways. This is a softcore hardcore run. Did I play hardcore? I played hardcore for like a year straight.
Can I help you?
There was like an entire, almost a calendar year where all I did was play hardcore. Yeah. No, this is as hardcore as it gets for now. This is our attempt to not, we're going to try to not die. And then like the description says, if I do die, while I do the spirit run, I will read your comments in my best Lego Batman voice. In the event that we do die, which we know that we never will. We will obviously never die. But if it does happen, those are the stakes. All right, now we're in slightly better shape. Now I feel a little bit more confident. And now we have the best ability in the game. There's our naked person. Glad to see they're still sticking with it. This is Deviate Delight, which is an RP PvP server, US East, that supposedly people were doing a not a fresh start, because it can't be a fresh start, but like they were trying to get vanilla era enjoyers to come here and to reroll, like people who just prefer vanilla. They like vanilla more than anything else. I guess there was a forum post, and maybe there was a video by some content creator, maybe there was some Reddit action, and they're just trying to get people to come and re-roll here if vanilla is your jam. Leah, I made a dwarf priest. She's sitting in my character list as an option. I did think priest, but the warrior is like the best vanilla class. Like priest is very good as well, especially for like trying not to die. Priest is probably much better for trying not to die. But I just wanted to get my warrior on. But I do have a dwarf priest in the wings. Fuck, straight on us. I never unlocked the Volpera. I got so close. Back when it took a rep to unlock them. I need to back myself out of here. There we go. Level 5. For it not being like super busy, the respawns seem to be respawning pretty quick. That's interesting. We got somebody, but we got a bouncy boy up here. Human priest. Yeah, I love the wand spec for priests. Yep. I love wand auto attack spec. That is my favorite. It was, and that's how I know that, that's how I know Cataclysm is not classic, because there's no wand spec for priest. Like, when you take away wand specialization, it's not classic anymore. Imagine a fight that lasts longer than 3 seconds. Imagine that. I wonder like why they ever thought why they ever thought, guys, we need to make combat faster and you need to kill stuff more quickly. I wonder like what led to that thought process. It really feels like the combat in vanilla era for like an RPG is almost brilliantly paced. It's not too long. It's long enough for you to like see what's going on. Sometimes you can have these power struggles depending on like what class you're on, where you get into these moments where like you're not sure if you're going to live or if the enemy's going to live. And it's just like really, really well-paced combat. I like Night Elves. My very first classic character that I ever made was a Night Elf warrior. Yep, that was the first character that I made when Classic first came out. It's the first, that's the first WoW playthrough on this channel. Don't go listen to it because the microphone, everything's bad about the audio. The audio is awful, but I haven't taken the playthrough down yet. It's still, I leave it up. I leave it up for history. Oh, I don't need Garrick. In fact, pulling Garrick right now is probably not a great idea. Because A, I don't need him. Mainly, I just don't need him. You know what though? Like, maybe I'm gonna kill him anyway. Oh no, I'm not. What am I thinking? I'm gonna run from Garrick. Yeah. I have moments of indecision like this are gonna be what gets me killed. Yeah, I don't think I want to go toe to toe with him right now. Shit, I gotta make sure not to pull anybody else. Okay. All right, we're safe. We're safe. It holds up. It doesn't hold up. I appreciate you saying so. It was before I knew how to use this microphone. So, like, I had the microphone way out here, but I had my gain turned way, way, way up. To compensate for how far I was trying to have the microphone. It was like right when I first got the mic and I didn't know anything about using it. So yeah, it doesn't really stand up, but I let it stand for history. A Night Elf Paladin would be cool. I hold to the fact that any race that can be a priest and a warrior should be able to be a Paladin. That includes Night Elves and Forsaken. If they can be a priest and they can be a warrior, they can be a Paladin. That's really like the only requirements. Yeah, Blood Moon, the phone, like iPhone has different options. I'm kind of surprised that if you're on an iPhone, they even let you do a super. Like, basically, because through the iPhone, like, iPhone wants their cut of everything, and YouTube does not want to give them a cut of everything. And so, through the iPhone, through the YouTube app on the iPhone, it's very limited what you can do. Because of how greedy Apple is.
You need something? See you around.
It's mainly Apple's fault. Let's go back to the sword.
See you later. Have a good one.
Talk to Millie, and that's the quest for Garrick. We're not level 6 yet. Put the belt on. Put the cloak on. Put the sword on.
Good day to you. Safe travels.
Am I gonna tank or DPS? I'm not sure. I'm not sure like if we'll be running lots of dungeons or what the environment will be for dungeons. Like, keep in mind, in vanilla era we have to like manually find people to run groups with. So it'll depend on what's going on. It'll depend on what groups are going out. I have the LFG bulletin board. We're not at level to do any runs yet, but we'll check it out once we get there. In Classic era, I usually I'll tank a run. Like, you know, it's not hard for me to put on a shield and just tank the run, even if we're gonna go arm spec, but that's not gonna matter too much at low levels. Okay. Let's jump in this way. Yeah, imagine like... Imagine fights lasting this long, like, or a little bit longer even, like in retail, where like, it's funny because like in retail you have a bunch of buttons to push, a ton of buttons to push, but combat doesn't really last long. But imagine like a little bit of like a longer fight where you're able to like actually use some of your cool buttons that you have. That'd be nice. I wonder if they'll ever have a way with scaling for you to like choose your difficulty. For open world stuff. For you to just be able to go into a menu and just say, I want to play on very hard. And then, you know, maybe then it bumps the quest rewards up a little bit. Like it bumps the item level of quest rewards. It bumps up the amount of gold that you get from stuff. And it makes the enemies a bit tankier, and it makes them, you know, maybe they have a little bit more attack power. Maybe they have a couple of abilities they didn't have before. That'd be a cool option. Just like a straight up difficulty setting. This is NA. This is the Deviate Delight Server, North America East. Alright, I think we're gonna go after Garrick. Yeah, do it at an innkeeper the way you turn off the buffs. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, so if you get sick of it, you just go turn it off. Alright, here we go. We're gonna kill Garrick first, and then we're gonna assess the situation, and then we're gonna decide if we're gonna run away or finish this other thug off. I think we're good, we're good. It would have helped if I would have talked to Millie. I don't think I talked to Millie. Let's go back and talk to her. I think they're trying to get like some challenging single player stuff into retail with the delves. I think delves are going to be their way to try to have like challenging solo player content. But delves are all, but the problem is delves are not just solo player content. Delves are also group content. So yeah, like, but there will be difficulty scaling as you progress the delves to like different ranks. They'll get harder. So I'm hoping that's good, and that those feel like fun gameplay. Because it would be nice to have some like solo stuff I can do that's actually like challenging content.
Hey there. Have a good one.
Maybe even stuff that makes you use like your class abilities in more creative ways than what you'd have to do in like a mythic. Yeah, and they're also doing like ranking. So like delves have different ranks. So you'll progress through the delves, and I think they go from like rank 1 to rank 11. And as you progress, it's higher difficulty, and the rewards are better as you rank up.
You need something? See you around.
And that's going to be like another seasonal. It's going to be like another seasonal progression, similar to like mythic progression. You're going to have delve rank progression.
See you later.
Have I ever tried a private server? I can't. I can't play on private servers. Not and do what I do. You know what's really frustrating, and I have to share this with you guys? The other day, like, my wife fired up one of my VODs. I wanted her to like check the volume or something. And guess what there was an advertisement for? Ascension. There was an advertisement on my YouTube channel. On YouTube, an actual advertisement on YouTube for the Ascension server. And now every time I go and I'm not logged into my my YouTube Prime account, every time I get an ad, it's a Warcraft Ascension ad. And I'm thinking to myself, private servers are not technically legal. Private servers break the terms of service. If I were to play on a private server on YouTube, there is a chance that I could get a strike for it if Blizzard chose to like take an action, and yet they're legally allowed to run advertisements for a private server on my fucking YouTube. And my audience is ripe. It made me want to go play Ascension. Like, it was a good advertisement. It sounds like a lot of fun. And my audience especially is ripe to go click on that ad. Because a lot of you guys like Classic Era. And I'm like, they're putting this ad on my channel for a thing that I talk about as being illegal. Like, when I talk about it, I have to say, oh, private servers are actually against the terms of service. Nothing against people who play on them, but I can't condone it. And then I watch one of my own videos, and they're showing ads for Ascension. Absolutely baffling. It's not legal. You're not allowed to have a private server because Blizzard says that they're not allowed. Like, that's what makes it illegal. Blizzard owns World of Warcraft, and if you are running a World of Warcraft server without giving Blizz their cut, you are breaking the law. Now, breaking the law requires Blizzard to take an action and do something about it, which typically they don't, but they could. It's the same thing as, like, you run a stoplight or a stop sign, and you say, well, there's no cop around, so it's fine. I didn't get a ticket. There's no cops on this corner. I'll run the stop sign. It's the same thing. There's still a law saying you can't run a stop sign. Now, do you get a ticket every time you do? No, not usually. Dan, welcome, man. I appreciate the membership. Thanks so much for being here. So they are technically illegal. Now, like, we could get into the nitty-gritty of it, but if you are running a World of Warcraft server and you are not Blizzard Entertainment, then you are not in the right. And they have the right to come shut you down. They just choose not to. Yeah, like if Blizzard were smart, they should somehow like try to incorporate, like, they should incorporate it. They should buy them out, or they should just like open things up. Like, maybe, like, I would pay Blizzard and the private server people. Like, I would pay for another sub that let me legally play on private servers without fear of repercussion or fear of just losing my character one day. Yeah, I would pay them. Kind of like how, like, with Minecraft they have like the portal pass, and then you get access to like a bunch of mods and everything like that. Like, I would pay for some kind of like WoW portal pass to be able to use the private servers and feel like, you know, that's an okay thing to do. Because, yeah, it sounded really fun. I was like, this sounds amazing. And now there's advertisements for it on my channel, but I can't play it on my channel because I have to worry about, like, somebody coming across it and taking illegal action against my channel. I've thought about streaming it on my second channel. Which, you know, if my second channel were to get like a copyright strike, it would suck. It would suck, but I don't do a lot with that channel anyway. And so, like, it wouldn't be the end of the world. So I've thought about that. I've thought about it just to be able to, like, check it out with you guys. Is this a hardcore server? This is not a hardcore server. This is the Deviate Delight Server. Yep. We're doing an honest man run where, like, I try not to die. I'm playing as if it's hardcore, but no, I'm not on the hardcore servers. Hardcore servers are totally dead. They're totes dead. DED type of dead. And on Deviate Delight, there's a small community of people that are trying to play vanilla. So they're slightly less dead. Yeah, this server is slightly less dead than the other classic era servers. I got oh, this is gonna be tough. Let's go this way. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think there's any way they could punish both my channels. Like, even if they were to hit the second channel with like a copyright thing, like, I don't think there's any way that directly ties back to this channel. But maybe, I don't know. Like, obviously, if there are serious legal repercussions, that ties directly to me in any event. And it's hard to find like really like straightforward information about like the legality of like streaming it or making content about it. It's hard to like find anything different. All you really find are opinions. What I need is a lawyer. I need to have a lawyer like really look into it for me. That'd be cool. Is my plan to raid and get full max with this character? Oh yeah, you know how hard I go. If I'm not raiding Nax in a month, I'll be desperately upset with myself. Because typically I go hard. My goal is to have a good time. And to hang out with you guys and play this version of the game. My overall goal is to just have more variety on the channel. So like recently on the channel we've been hardcore playing mythic keys. That's all we've been doing. Mythics and 5-mans. Mythics. So my biggest goal is just to have more variety in what we stream throughout the week. Because I know a lot of you guys, you know, you don't care about retail. And I know a lot of you guys would prefer to see some classic. And I should be playing more classic because a lot of the time, like, I too love classic. The only real, like, big thorn in my side is Cataclysm Classic. But, like, even within Cataclysm, I should probably still get on once a week and do some heroics. On my tank. So my goal is to bring balance back to the force. I mean, back to the streams. They've been out of balance for a while. We won't get Cataclysm leveling content, but I will try to get on my tank and do some heroics. So, yeah. How often do people get caught by streaming private servers? I don't know. Do a YouTube search right now. See if you can find anybody doing like an Ascension playthrough. Like anywhere similar to the way that I do content, where they're actually just like playing the game every day. Like see if you can find anything. I'd be interested to know. Are there any creators on YouTube who are doing like Turtle WoW playthroughs? Are there any creators on YouTube who are doing Ascension WoW playthroughs? And if so, like are their channels monetized? Do they actually have like a real YouTube channel? Or do they have like 100 subs? Because yeah, I haven't done the research. But you could just quickly search Let's Play Ascension WoW, Let's Play Turtle WoW, and see on YouTube if there are any real content creators that put up content for these versions of the game. I'd be interested to know. Carnifexia, I have not. I'll wait for the Asmongold cut. Yeah, I'll wait for Asmon to do a reaction to it. And then I'll watch him watch it, and that'll take 3 hours. But I'll get Asmon context. There are content creators who play Ascension, but they are not popular, probably because they can't get their channels monetized. Yeah. Yeah, I'll wait till Asmon reacts to it. It'll basically just double the entertainment value. I'd like to be able to check out some of these private servers, because like they seem like they have cool ideas. I don't think it's a place where I would spend like hundreds of hours. But I think it's a place I would go like check it out to be like, okay, well what kinds of things are these like fan bases doing? What kind of changes do they make? Like the stuff they're doing is probably much better than Season of Discovery, like let's be real. It's just curious to think that like a handful of people who are like technically just fans can make things that like are potentially more compelling than the actual content that the developers make for the real games. Like that's usually like always the case. Like anytime things open up to the public and like they let fans come in and they let fans make content, like the game gets better. Think about a game like XCOM 2. Like XCOM 2 has gotten to have like such a long life because of the modding community. Like custom classes, custom campaigns, custom skins, like custom maps. Like the modding community for XCOM 2 took a game that like by all rights should have died years and years ago, and it's still kind of a like very popular game. Even though there's never going to be an XCOM 3. So I imagine if if WoW were to do that, like what kind of cool content would we get if it were like open to modders, content creators? It would be okay for them to ignore those projects if their own projects were as good. Like if things like Season of Discovery were actually good, then it would be like, okay, like whatever, you're doing your own thing and your own thing is pretty good too. But, you know, like Season of Discovery was not really, if you're a casual Classic Era fan and you dig Classic Era, like SOD was not for you. Like it was for somebody, but it wasn't for you. SOD was more for like Mythic Plus enjoyers. That's kind of what it became, like min-maxers, Mythic Plus enjoyers. That's like the route that SOD somehow went. What was supposed to be a season of Classic WoW just turned into a season of parses. So, you know, figure that out. My point is I don't think the current teams know how to make compelling Classic Era content. I don't think they know, I don't think they have what it takes, and I don't think they understand the community. And it's a reason why I'm grateful that we don't have Classic Plus right now, because they would mess up Classic Plus the same way that they messed up SOD. Is that the only way they know how to plus is by working in more modern game design. They don't know how to capture the feel of Classic Era game design and create something new with it. The only way they know how to plus, to add to Classic, is to add things to Classic that make Classic feel more modern. Which is not what I want.
See you later. Safe travels.
Classic is all about the leveling journey. It's much more about the leveling journey than it is about anything else. And that's the thing that the developers seem to not comprehend. It's such a basic and easy thing to grasp. But it was very evident with SOD that they don't get it. They don't understand it. And I think they don't know how to make content for it. The best thing they came up with, like they thought, we'll do level up raids. That's how we'll focus on the journey. We'll do raids. As you level up, there will be raids. That's what people want, right? And that's not what we want. If you're trying to come up with ways to add to the journey to make the journey better, you have to add things to the journey. You have to add zones, you have to add quests, you have to add class options, you have to add character development options. You have to add things to professions. Like, you have to put new things into the world. Like, there's stuff you can do to add to the journey, but having level up raids is not how to go about it. Like basically every new thing they did with SOD moved the game further and further away from being classic. Every XP buff, every class buff, every level up raid that took away a 5-man dungeon that was no longer able to be done as a 5-man dungeon, every world event for like bonus XP, every single thing that they added to SOD moved SOD further and further away from being anything about Classic Era. It was very confusing. Think about like their intended statement with the XP buff originally was that the XP buffs would only be there for catch up. That they would be done in phases. That a current phase would never have an XP buff, and they went back on that by phase 2. By phase 2, we had an XP buff in phase 2. Just that was how it was. The only phase that didn't have an XP buff was the first phase. The first phase of SOD was the only phase that kind of resembled Classic with changes, because they didn't do anything to the level up experience. They didn't change XP values. There were no farmable events to just rake in massive amounts of experience. Yeah, but then after that, it was all downhill. I think we're done here. Yeah, we're done here. Let's go. Let's go. Oh no, sod talk. I won't talk about it for long. It's like at this point, it's like beating a dead horse. You know, the horse is already dead. The horse is laying in the road. It's been baked by the sun. It's been picked clean by vultures. Like, there's no reason to beat it anymore.
Good day to you. Have a good one.
So I won't go on about it for too long. But this is the great thing about the classic streams is we can chat more. We can chat more, and every other word out of my mouth is not the F word. And that's a good thing. Like we'll be next week, Ryan. We'll be baked alive, desiccated in the middle of the road. Yeah. Oh, I know, man. Yep. I talked earlier about like my overwhelming amount of anxiety I have towards the upcoming heat wave. I'm not going to die in the Fargo deep mine. No way. It's not even going to be the mid-90s, man. You know they're lying to us. It's going to be like, it's going to be 96 every day, and it's going to feel like 110. They're just there's like, oh yeah, the low 90s. No, there's no such thing as the low 90s. Yeah. That's like saying that a house is for sale in the low 800s. Oh yeah, the low 800,000s. there is no low 800,000s. It's 800,000. It's almost a million. And also there's no low 90s because it's already 90 degrees and you've already melted.
Be careful.
You've already melted, or you've combusted.
Light bless you. For the Alliance.
Yeah, 96 and 88% humidity. You add those two together, you subtract 20, it'll feel like 150 degrees. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna do some things. Some very smart things. I am gonna set my Hearthstone.
Hey there. See you later.
We're gonna go get Herbalism and skinning like right away.
See you around. Looking for something specific? Safe travels.
We're gonna learn first aid, which I think we're gonna learn first aid and cooking. I hope I have money for all this. Am I gonna have money for all this? Maybe I need to work on skinning first. I'll get cooking. Like that's fine. That's 1 silver. The other professions are only going to be 10 copper. First aid might have to wait.
What can I do for you?
First aid might have to wait. Yeah, Ryan, if you don't have AC, man, that's going to be rough. I would hole up in the basement. We have AC, but it doesn't matter. Our AC is basically useless.
Good day to you. Safe travel.
Unless you're in the basement. The basement's like a refrigerator, and the upstairs, like, on a day where it's 85 degrees for the high, by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the upstairs is 80 degrees Fahrenheit inside, and the AC's been running all day. So if the AC runs all day at 85 degrees, and it's 80 in the house, if the AC runs all day at 96 degrees, logic dictates it'll probably still be 90 degrees in my house. Like, I don't know. When they put this new AC unit in, I think they put one in that was too small, and it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. So, and then if you cook in the house, if you deign to make a meal, turn on a stove, turn on an air fryer, boil some water. If you do that, you're gonna raise the temperature immediately by 5 more degrees. It's gonna be shit. Yeah, all the cold air goes in the basement, and I've taped closed like some of the ducts in the basement to try to like force more air to come up into the main part of the house. But the problem is that we have no shade. There's no shade at any point from the moment the sun comes up to the moment the sun goes down. My house is being baked by the sun. So there's just no shade, and that's the biggest problem.
Hey there.
The house is just absorbing heat all day long.
Farewell.
And then there's an herbalist. Yeah, there's an herbalist up this way. So let's head over here and grab herbalism. Skinning knife. We'll have to get back in town though. Yeah, we had a big tree in the backyard that we had it cut down a couple years ago. And yeah, it's been miserable ever since. That tree provided us shade all day. Now we have nothing. We have a couple of window units. I think we're gonna have to run. I think we're gonna have to run the central air and have window units in both of the bedrooms. And I think that's probably the only way that life is going to be livable for the next week or so. And by the next week, I mean, like, you know, it's probably just going to be that way from now until September 20th. So yeah, it would be a nice $700 electric bill every single month for the next 4 months. It's always good.
Good day to you.
Boop, good day to you. Alright.
See you around.
Let's turn on tracking. Have to go into my spellbook for that. Find herbs. So the plan is here, we're going to grab herbalism and skinning early on so that we can make money with skinning. Eventually we will switch over to alchemy. So we will want to be putting our herbs in the bank whenever we can. I did pick up skinning. I just don't have a skinning knife yet. We'll have to get one back in town. Mr. Santa, good afternoon to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. And yep, we are playing some classic era vanilla today. We are going to bring more balance to the streams. We're not going to cross the streams, because you never cross the streams. But we will bring more balance to the streams going forward. Because, like, I could play 5 hours of Mythic Plus every single day of my life, but I don't think that anybody wants to see that happen. And I don't want to know. I don't know if I want to meet the person that I will become if I do 5 hours of Mythics every day for the rest of my life, which I could easily do. I just don't know if I want to meet that person or be that person. Or especially have that person recorded for history on the internet. So we're gonna keep it a little bit more varied going forward. We gotta get some Plunderstorm in there. I don't think it is. No, there's no Plunderstorm anymore, right, guys? Because it rolled over to Pandaria Remix. One special event at a time. One special event at a time. I swore less playing Plunderstorm than I do doing Mythics. After about hour like 3 of Mythics, I think that's like probably my threshold. I need to keep like thresholds in mind. I think 3 hours, 3 days. That's a good rule for Mythics. 3 hours, 3 days. So not more than 3 hours in a day. Not more than 3 days in a week. I think the 3 and 3 rule, well, that's what we'll call it. The 3 and 3 rule dictates not more than 3 hours of Mythics in one day, and probably not more than 3 days of Mythics in a week. And if I do that, then I think we'll be fine. I am letting myself get distracted by herbs here for a little bit. Wayne, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I think they kept it around for 3 months, similar to the 90-day time frame for Remix. Hey, one day Remix will be gone too. It'll be just another distant memory of a thing Blizzard did one time that we probably will never see again. I think it was 3 months. I'm pretty sure Plunderstorm was 3 months. And that was why they made Pandaria 3 months. I could be wrong. Could have been 2 months. Oh god, he called for help. Oh, you're just a level 1. Yeah, you don't matter. You're just a level 1. I need a skinning knife. Let's head back to town. They just need to make the in-game, the time walking better. I don't know if I want it to be replaced by remix, but they just need to like find a way to make actual time walking better.
Well met.
Time walking should be a way for you to play just like the story quest, and you should be able to see the entire story of an expansion. You should be able to play through like the 1.0, the 0.5, the 0.2, like you should be able to play through all the patch content. You should be able to do like story mode raids to see the story that unfolds in the raids. Like doing a time walking campaign should just be a way to get a character from 1 to cap, and by doing so you should get to see the entire story of that expansion. But for a lot of expansions, they'd probably have to do a lot of work like curating the quest and like making sure that they have like decided their main quest track. It'd be easier for some expansions than for others. Like doing that with like TBC would probably be really hard to decide like what's a main quest and what's a non-main quest, you know.
Be careful.
Okay. So a couple of things. I need to make sure that I'm saving meat. I can't sell the meat. I don't want to sell the herbs. I don't want to sell my linen. All right, let's do that. And then I guess now we're off to the farms. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the wacky powers in MoP either. Mainly, I'm not a fan of having to gem them. Like if they were just like abilities that I chose, like a pop-up appears on the screen, I pick an ability, my character now has that ability. And I don't want any of the abilities to be active button pushes. I want all of the abilities to be like Vampire Survivor-esque abilities that simply fire off on like a timetable when I'm in combat. And some of the abilities are like that. Some of them are just passives that fire off when you're in combat. I didn't get a skinning knife. So, some of the abilities do fire off, but some of them are button pushes. And I want all of them to simply be passive abilities, passive buffs, or things that fire off around my character, Vampire Survivor style. I don't want to have to gem my gear. Gemming is a big time sink. I don't even really want to worry about upgrades to my gear. I want to be wearing a set of heirloom gear. Like take the idea behind the cloak and just kind of apply that to the entire set of gear that I'm wearing. Or just make it like make it heirloom gear. Like I'm just wearing a set of heirloom gear. The gear levels up with me, and it's not about the gear. It's not about the gems. It's about playing through the expansion, seeing the content of the expansion, leveling up a character in a different way. And if I didn't have to worry about gear, and if I didn't have to worry about gems, then the Pandaria remix would probably be a lot more enjoyable to me. And then just keep giving me currency for the transmog stuff, like throw bronze at me. That's cool, bronze is fine, throw bronze at me. And I'll just stockpile all that bronze, and one day I'll go on a big shopping spree and I'll buy a bunch of transmog. But in the meantime, like I want to be wearing a set of heirlooms that level up with me, and like give me the cloak is a good idea, collecting the spools to level up the cloak, that's awesome. And then just picking the cool abilities as they pop up like Torghast style. Monica, good afternoon, good evening, welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. Ooh, herbs. Mr. Santa, I have my fingers crossed for progression servers one day as well, but I like at the same time, it really sucks when you think of like the people who develop the game you love, and your first thought, like anytime you think of something that would be really like a good idea, your first thought is to think, oh yeah, but it's Blizzard, they won't do that. It really sucks. To be a huge fan of a game and to feel that way about the developers. Where like every time you think like as a player, you're like, you know, it would really make sense to have a progression server that kind of like restarts every couple of years. Like makes perfect sense as a player. Blizzard will never do it because they really like they care about the players, but like the priority level of the things they care about is a little bit different. So they care about a few other things first before they start caring about players. Like, players are like 4th or 5th on the list of shit they care about. Money is obviously the top of the list. Hype is probably like the 2nd thing on the list. And then players are like 4th or 5th somewhere.
You need something? Have a good one.
Because, yeah, if you were just thinking about players, you'd think, you know, people who don't want Cataclysm
Need help?
probably need a place to call home.
See you
And
around.
for most people, it might not just be a vanilla era realm, because a lot of people like TBC and a lot of people like Wrath of the Lich King. So, player perspective, it makes perfect sense to have a progression server that's going to kind of grow up and go through vanilla TBC and then into Wrath. And then you know, after like a 6 months of being in Wrath, it resets. It makes sense. EverQuest does it. EverQuest occasionally will do like a fresh start progression server every year or so. They do one, and that seems to really work out like super well for people that love playing EverQuest. So the fact that like Blizz doesn't really like care enough to learn from things like that is very telling. It's sad too. Or you know, the alternative is simply keeping one server of each type. That's not as exciting or as fun, in my opinion. Like, a progression server that restarts every other year or so is much more hype and much more exciting as a player than like just having a static TBC realm or having a static Wrath of the Lich King realm. Because what's going to happen most likely is that those realms will predominantly be dead. You know what I mean? And that's what Blizzard thinks too. That's what they tell themselves. They say, hey guys, remember that before hardcore, vanilla era servers were DED. Because they were. Like, when TBC was out and before hardcore was a thing, there was no action, there was nothing happening on any of the vanilla realms. The vanilla realms were there, people copied their characters or kept their characters there, but no one was playing. And people didn't start playing era again until hardcore got popular. And so that's what they tell themselves about TBC realms and Wrath realms. They just say, well, you know, they'll just be dead realms. Like, why do we want to have dead realms? If you have restarts, like fresh start, progression, you're never going to have a dead realm. People that play WoW, like so many people, they're always down for a fresh start. Especially vanilla people. We're always down for a fresh start. Like, you say fresh start server, I say, where do I jump? Like, it's just, it's simple. It's really simple. Point me in the direction of the fresh start server. I'll be there. And there's a lot of people that feel that way, especially if it's going to progress through TBC and Wrath again. Like, I think a lot of people would be down for that.
Safe travels.
Yeah, resetting so often keeps it feeling kind of fresh. Yeah, especially if you work through 3 expansions. You know, by the time you're getting sick of killing Arthas, you'll have a reset. Let's go kill Princess right now, right now. If this were Cataclysm, we would have killed Princess already. It's funny, like, in Cataclysm, they make Princess like this giant boar, and you kill her in 2 hits. What's the point of making something more physically intimidating if it's going to be like a quarter as strong as it used to be? It's so silly. Here's this giant boar with a prize pinned to it. Kill it in 2 hits. Whereas, like, vanilla era Princess would crush me right now. Her and her entourage. Would you keep anything from progression? No. Restart is restart. It's a restart. You are rolling again. Yeah, and that would bother some people, but I don't think it would bother as many people as you think it would. You know what they would like? Here's what you would get to do. You get to move that character to the current classic realm. So, like, let's say there was a progression server right now, okay? And let's say the progression server was in Wrath of the Lich King era and it was about to end. When that progression cycle comes to an end, you're able to move your character into Cataclysm Classic, into whatever the current version of Classic is. You can take your progression character, you can put them onto a current realm. So like that way you're not necessarily losing a character. Now, are you ever going to go play that character? Who knows? But I think doing something like that, like you take your character, you can move them to a progression classic, a current classic. Can we call it current classic? Doesn't make sense, but we'll go with that. You move it to a current classic server, and that's it. And then the progression server restarts, and you can go again. Yeah, transfer it, right? And that being said, like, what do you think is going to happen to your classic characters once classic is over? Like, how far do you think they're going to take classic? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how far they take classic. Like, what happens to your classic character once it's over? Let's say they take classic all the way to Legion. What happens then? What happens to your character? The simple answer is nothing. The more complicated answer is like maybe they'd have to let you transfer it to retail. And then that begs the question, why? And the question why is a two-sided question. The first part of the question is why transfer your classic character to retail? What's that going to get for you? If you're a classic player, you're probably not interested. If you're a retail player, you already have every single class at level 80 like I do. And so why? What's the point? The other question behind why is then like, why are you leveling a classic character at all? That's the other question behind why. Like, after a certain point in classic, why are you leveling the character still? Because eventually one of two things is going to happen. That classic character you're leveling is either A, going to become a retail character, and you can have plenty of retail characters if you want them. Like today, it takes a few days to level one up. Or B, that classic character is going to sit on a dead server. You're never going to play it again, and it's going to do nothing. So yeah, big question there. Why? The simple answer is to play, to see content, to have fun. You know, that's like the obvious answer. But is that the answer that's going to make people happy? At the end of the day, when the classic experiment is over, like, are people going to be satisfied with that? Probably not. I don't think either answer is very satisfying. My classic character becoming a retail character is not satisfying. I don't need a retail warrior. I got me a warrior. They're fine. And my classic character sitting on a dead server forever is not very appealing either. Even if I've had all the adventures on them, even if I had good times on them, even if I had fun playing them, like the idea of them then sitting on a dead server eventually when the classic experiment comes to an end, that's not appealing either. So yeah, it's they kind of just have to keep releasing classic expansions, hoping that they come up with some kind of really brilliant idea. Just kind of, at this point, they're going to let future Blizzard worry about that problem. Remember when they told us there would be somewhere interesting for our SOD characters to go once SOD ends? I can't wait to see how that shapes out. I wonder if Blizzard remembers the time they said there would be somewhere interesting to go after SOD ends. I wonder if they remember that. Or if that's going to be a case of like them like picking what they remember and what they don't remember. Selective memory. I wonder if it's going to be a case of selective memory. Pepperidge Farm remembers when they said there'd be somewhere interesting for us to go after SOD. Progression classic servers end at Wrath of the Lich King because Cataclysm is not classic. Cataclysm is a different version of the game, and it's not classic. The progression servers end before the old world gets remade. It is according to Blizz, right, exactly. That's how we know we can't trust them with the legacy of Classic. Because they're willing to call Cataclysm Classic, and they're going to call Mop Classic, and they're going to call Warlords of Draenor Classic, and they're going to call Legion Classic. And they're just going to keep it up. They could give it a different name, you know what I mean? Like, they don't have to keep calling it Classic, that's a choice. I always thought they should simply call it Reforged. I know that Reforged gets a bad rap, but it's a good word anyway, and it's a word that exists within the Warcraft vernacular, so it's already part of the language that we use. And so Cataclysm Reforged has a better ring to it to me than Cataclysm Classic, because all I can think about is this, and it's not Classic. It's not Classic. Every time I play it, I can't help but think that. Every time I load it up and it says Cataclysm Classic, I just think this isn't Classic. And it kind of annoys me. If it was called Cataclysm Reforged, I'd be like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. This explains why it's not very good. It would explain why it's not very good. Like, oh, it's not a lot of fun, and now it's called Cataclysm Reforged. I understand why.
See you around.
It'd be more appropriate, like naming convention. Yeah, runes killed me too. Having to get the runes killed me. I wouldn't have minded if they would have just let me, like, in SOD, if they would have let me train my abilities at a class trainer. But anybody who was around for the SOD streams, like, you guys know, like, rune acquisition was not fun for me.
See you around.
But other than that, phase 1 of SOD
Have a good one.
was good. If they would have continued with, like, very similar design intentions that they did in phase 1, SOD could have felt like a season of Classic. But instead, they chose to, like, cater to people who like to parse. They chose to cater to people who wanted to speed level. They chose to cater to people that probably are more at home in, like, a hardcore Mythic Plus environment, instead of actually catering to casual, vanilla enjoyers. They just ended up catering to an entirely different group of people. It was the most baffling progression of choices that I have seen, short of the Shadowlands expansion. And I don't know if we'll ever know, like, what happened.
Light be with you. Farewell. Safe travels.
I even did a couple of the stupid raids in phase 1. Like, I enjoyed phase 1 enough that even though I struggled finding a character that I really enjoyed, I did BFD like 3 times. And I hated the idea of the level up raids, because to me they were a big waste of time, because I was going to replace that gear anyway, but I still did the raid a few times because phase 1 was a pretty good time. As soon as the XP buff started to come in, it started to be not a good time. It was phase 2. Once you realized that the best way to level up was to stand at Scarlet Monastery and just do Scarlet Monastery runs all day long until your eyes bleed. Like, once that became the way to play, that was it. The season was ruined. It was no longer a classic feeling experience. And they just doubled down on that. Like, when phase 3 came out, they doubled down on it with the PvE event. And so then all you were doing was grinding the PvE event and doing dungeons. And it just killed the entire idea of vanilla, is to have this big open world experience where you're running around out in the world with other people doing world content. Imagine if they'd have just sunk all their development resources into making new quests and making more world bosses and making more things happening in the world. Maybe going into each zone and making another quest hub. Wouldn't it be super helpful for vanilla leveling if every zone had one more quest hub? And that would help leveling. It would help leveling in a vanilla way, as opposed to helping leveling by introducing, like, an ass ton of XP buffs and other things like that. They could have greatly helped leveling by simply adding more quests. They could have added more quests, and that could have really smoothed out the leveling, so that you didn't have to zone hop as much, so that in the high 30s and low 40s you don't run out of stuff to do. And it would have still felt like vanilla, and you'd be getting actually new content. And if it was new content as new quest hubs, it would be content that all players would get to do. Not just players who can form a raid team, not just players who can grind their bis, not just players who like to log. If they added questing content and questing hubs, that would be content that every player would have gotten to see, that everybody would benefit from. And that kind of stuff, that would have been evergreen content that could have eventually transitioned right into a Classic Plus. Because now you have this vanilla experience with more questing hubs, with more little towns, with more things to do. And look, you've made progress on making a Classic Plus environment. Yeah, exactly, Leah. That was exactly what happened in Phase 2. Yep, and it only got worse. I missed a chest? Damn, not a surprise. I see it behind me now. I'll go get it. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's so weird to think like that they missed the plot by so much. That the people who are kind of entrusted to like care for Classic and carry Classic forward, that they somehow missed the plot by so much that now we have Phase 3 of SOD. And we had Phase 2 of SOD. Like, I don't understand it. I like, and it makes it impossible to trust them with the legacy of the game. Because they stood up there at BlizzCon. I remember when they stood up there at BlizzCon, man, and they talked about it, how excited I felt, how it felt like, oh yeah, this guy, these people are on the level. These people play their own game. These people know what Classic is. They don't fucking know what Classic is. I don't know what they know, but they don't really know what Vanilla Era is. Because they did not make a good season of Vanilla Era. Alright, we're not going to die in this mine. The goal now is to not die. So I'm gonna focus up a little bit on what I'm doing, so that maybe we can not die. And realistically, they hurt the content a lot, because like when they made the level up raids, they removed 5-man content from the game. Instead of doing the smart thing and leaving both versions, you just lost the ability to do BFD while you level up unless you're going to do the raid. You just lost the ability to do Nomergon unless you're going to do the raid. Like, just straight up removing 5-man content from the game is like, that's the worst. That is the worst. What a big offense. All right, level 7. I'm feeling pretty strong on this warrior. I shouldn't get overconfident, but I'm feeling pretty good. Oh god. Alex, you haven't missed anything yet. However, this is gonna be... I'm gonna have to run, I think. After I kill this guy, I'm gonna run. Okay, we gotta go. Do we have potions? We don't have potions. Okay, we got a player outside. Thank God this player is here. If this player's not here and this is another mob to aggro, we could have died there. We could have died there pretty easily. Let's pull back. Just a wee bit. I'm gonna have to stock some food, I realize. Guys, the other really awesome thing I didn't talk about, we filled up all of our bag slots. I didn't have to buy a single bag. How rare is that? Like, I'm level 7 and I've already filled up all of my bag slots. Freaking amazing. Nah, I'm not gonna die here. This is a normal server, but we're doing our best to not die. Yeah, like the description says. We're trying not to die, but I'm playing on Deviate Delight. Oh, my MS is lower than your MS. He charged first, but I got the tag. Because my MS is basically nothing. And his must be a little higher. I got 20 MS, that's actually high for me. He was obviously rocking something a little bit higher than that. Did we get a cobalt mining shovel? We sure did. Oh, we can't equip two-handed maces right away. That must be paladins that I'm thinking of. Yeah, we got two black bags, which some people say are cursed, but I will say that any inventory space is good inventory space. That's really all I can say. And we've been getting so many bags, we might replace these. I'd love to replace them with some different colors. Yeah, the RNG gods are smiling upon us. Having a ranged weapon here to pull with would be good. I kind of worry about charging this guy. Oh, okay, we body pulled him. It's not ideal, but it's probably a little bit safer than charging him. Why is it cursed? I don't, cause people in the community just made up the idea that it's cursed. Cause they're black bags and like, you know, it's like a curse color, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, I don't know. Just something that came about in the hardcore community. A little bit of superstition. Oh man, I guess like I'm actually grateful for this guy's help. Like he doesn't know that I'm playing on hardcore probably, but I'm grateful for his help, because that was a little bit of a dangerous spot that I got us into. We do need to find Gold Tooth, but I'm kind of like, I'm turned around a little bit in here, and I'm not exactly sure where he's at. I always thought these were gray bags. Like these don't look black to me. It says small black pouch, but I always just thought they were gray bags, and I'm like, okay, a gray bag. I never thought anything of it. And then people started to tell me that they were cursed. All right, I gotta find this guy somewhere. Isn't he usually like right here? I think this is typically where he spawns. Let's hang out over this way a little bit. Now, we're not going to have any restrictions on grouping up, so we, just like the official hardcore realms, we are able to group up. So if Gold Tooth pops here and this person needs them, I will group up with them for the sake of us getting the tag. It looks like maybe they're waiting for him. I really can't tell. I think this is where he spawns. I could be way off base. A conjured muffin? I would love some conjured muffins. Thank you very much. That's actually going to be really helpful. There we go. That's Alex. Oh, okay. That you already killed. Well, then I take it back. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I had a feeling it was somebody. You didn't stick to your normal, like, naming convention, though, so I wasn't sure. You're the reason Gold Tooth is dead. He's taking a while to respawn. I guess, like, what's the typical time for a named mob? On most servers, it's like 2 to 5 minutes for like a named mob to respawn. Maybe we should be running around like fighting other stuff. Now they're all going to respawn at once. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I should be able to kite though. Like if I just focus on killing one of them and I back up the whole time, like if the way is clear, I can kind of kite them and drop the ones I don't want. We've also got like we got a couple of different people here. We got Pinkie Pie here. We got Alex here hanging out with us. I saw somebody else. So, you know, possibly we're not completely alone. This is it's gonna be too easy if we're grouped up, but I'll take it. Mainly just to get the tag. Oh, look at this. See, they're not all spawning in at once. Because I think the named guys have a different timer than the regular mobs. I think it takes longer for a named guy to respawn on a normal server. So there's one down. That's also the last of the gold dust that we need. So that's good. Harry, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. We're gonna hang out right here. It's so hard for me to stand still and not like continue to fight stuff though. Let's pull this guy. Especially in classic era, like the more fighting we do, the better, because every kill matters. Every kill matters. All the kill XP matters. It feels good when the combat matters. Feels good. Oh, did we kill him? When did this happen? So you're saying that I already killed him and looted him and I didn't notice? Is that what you're telling me? Typical. You guys should have let me just stay down here for like the next 20 minutes. Yeah, did we get him? I guess so. Oh, no. Wait. This is the problem. This is the problem. We did kill him. Maybe he died, okay. But there's another problem. The problem is we don't actually have the quest for him yet. That's why nothing happened. We're not done with the quest. We don't have the quest. So you guys are wrong, but I'm wrong too. Yeah, you guys are totally wrong. We didn't complete the quest. We just never had the quest. We gotta talk to Billy. Okay, now we have the quest. Now we can go kill him and loot the item. Yeah, the back to Billy quest was just to go tell him, just to give him the pies. Dude wanted his pies. That's a pretty typical Rambles move though. I'm working on a quest that I don't have. So, pretty typical. Yep, I'm heading back that way. My first tip-off should have been that I didn't see the marker on the minimap. That should have been my first clue. Ooh, this place got a little populated. I'm gonna body pull this one. Do I prefer summer or winter? I prefer not melting, yeah. It's always been easier for me to deal with the cold than to deal with the heat. When it gets too hot, I literally get depressed. I have like an existential crisis when it gets too hot. Like all kinds of bad things happen to me when it gets too hot outside. A lot of people have like seasonal effectiveness disorder where like they get depressed in the winter, but I get more depressed in the summer. I have to run from this. I don't think I can take 2 level 7 guys. I thought maybe I can kill the one guy and like drop the other one, but ooh shit. Okay. Oh, we got well, I think we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. We are gonna be okay. It's gonna be close though. Okay. Let's eat. We are gonna have a heck of a time fighting our way back to that point. We are gonna have a heck of a time. Okay, well, I walked right from a level 7 guy to a level 6 guy. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Yeah, in Michigan here, like right now, the sun doesn't go down until about 9:15 at night, which makes everything later, which makes the time that I go to sleep later, which makes the time that my kid goes to sleep much later. And then that kind of leads to like just like sleeping in, like constantly sleeping until 9, 10 o'clock in the morning for me. And then I kind of get depressed about the fact that I'm sleeping in so much, and like I get down on myself about it, but then I can't really help it because it's light out for so long. And like I take my big dog for walks after the sun is setting because he's like people reactive, and I run into less people at night. So like I'm still like up and being like physically active as late as like 10 o'clock at night, which makes it impossible to go to bed south of like midnight, 1 a.m. Yeah, and then I oversleep, and then I feel guilty, and then I get depressed. It's like a self-defeating cycle. Summers are not better. Oh my god, this place is a minefield. Oh my god. Oh gee, we can handle the 2 of these guys. They're level 5. Yeah, I don't know if I'm ever going to get to Goldtooth. It's going to be interesting. Oh shit. Typical. I think I stand my ground here. Because I don't think running away is going to get me anywhere. Running away is going to get me right to another mob. So I have to hope that we can power this down. Don't help me, Alex! Don't do— ah! I had it! I had it! Oh, there's my dog again. There's my big dog. He's so people reactive, he reacts to people in the neighborhood while he's in the house. This is why he doesn't get to go for daytime walks. Alright, here we go. Oh, Alex, you killed them. Alright, I appreciate it. Alright, that's all the help I need, though. In the spirit of hardcore. Unless you have the quest, too, which you'd already completed the quest. You know I'm particular about how and when I accept help. Usually I'm fine with help as long as you are on the quest, or you're like the relatively same level as the quest, then it's okay. So we're still good. You're still within the acceptable level range. It's a nice rainy day.
Have a good one. See you around.
I should run around here and work on my skinning a little bit. Especially if there are some boars that are already dead, I should skin those first. Somebody stole my herb. I was working towards that herb. Alright, who did it? Where did you go? There's like a stealth ninja. I was fighting towards that herb. Big disappointment. Brandon, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. Alright, let's see if we can get this one. No! No! Oh, you know what I need? You guys know what I need on my bar? I need some macros. Do I know? Oh, here we go, here we go. We need some chat bubbles. So there we go. Now we can let people know that it belongs to us, and they got to keep their hands off of it. And if they don't like that, and we can say, what? You don't know about tag? Tag? What? You don't know about tag? There we go. Now we're ready. Most useful macro that I've ever made. Tag, and that confuses them. They're like, wait, what? This guy said tag, what should I do? And then I hit them with this one. What, you don't know about tag? And then they like hesitate. They hesitate, and then I come in, and then I click the node. And then I get the node. Yeah, that's the most useful macro that I've ever made. It gets people to stop for that moment that it takes for you to swoop in and get the node. Because they're like, oh my god, someone's talking to me. they get scared, you know. You keep forgetting that you have to train, Alex. Yes, we have to train every 2 levels. We have to train. The training situation in Cataclysm is so like weird to me. Like it's so weird. Like when you get abilities, it's like some weird middle ground between training and not having to train, because you don't really have to train all the time in Cataclysm because you're not worried about training ranks. Everything is ranking up with you, so there are no like spell ranks. So like you can go a long time and not train. It feels like on my hunter I hardly ever trained. On my hunter, I got to a point when I leveled the hunter to where like I just stopped training, and it didn't matter unless there was like a new big skill that I really wanted. I didn't worry about training. It didn't seem necessary. I feel like Cataclysm leveling would be better if they just took trainers out, and they just gave you the abilities as you leveled up. Because you're leveling so fast in Cataclysm that it's always like super inconvenient to have to go back and train anyway. So I really wish they would take the next step and that they would just get rid of training entirely. Yeah, you train skills, not skill ranks, right? So it makes training pointless unless there's a skill that you're getting that you really, really need to have. Which, after you get your first like 4 or 5 skills, like you can basically level with that. You don't really need much else to level up. It's so easy to level.
See you around. Safe travels. King's honor, friend. Light bless you. Go with honor, friend. Be careful. I supply only the finest goods.
I'm gonna vendor the leather for now. So all we're doing with leather is we're vendoring it for money. That's basically it. The boar meat we'll hang on to so we can cook it. Apple will sell. The ore will sell. Multiple shovels. The scroll of spirit I can use.
Go with honor.
All right, so let's go do some cooking. You once got told to get out of someone's game. That would be a fun macro. Get out of my game. What are you doing here? How'd you get here? Just to really confuse somebody. How are you on my private server? Who gave you those access codes? Some really confusing message to fire off at somebody. All right. Guys, here's what we're going to do. I'm hungry. I need to eat some food. I'm also having a really good time, so we're going to keep doing this afternoon. I am going to park it here in the inn, and I'm going to take like a 15-minute break, and I am going to go eat. I am going to stretch my legs, I'm going to refill my coffee, and then we are going to be back at it. Thank you guys for being here. I hope to see you after the break. Let's see, it is 1:15 now, so I will say I'll be back around, we'll say I'll give myself a little bit of time, back around 1:35 server, which is 1:35 EST. We'll do that. And we'll just hang out at the inn and you can enjoy some nice inn music. There we go. I will pin that to the top. And I will see you guys on the flip side. There we go. We are back. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Let's take down the pinned comments. Alright, and let's go.
You need something? See you around. See you later. Have a good one. Safe travels. See you around.
Alright, level 8. Let us visit the trainer. Still a rainy day here in Elwyn.
Can I help you?
Thunderclap, Hamstring, and Heroic Strike rank 2. We got the ability to parry is good. And that is everything. Definitely going to want Hamstring out on the bar. There we go. Thunderclap, I mean, Thunderclap could be useful. If we are choosing to fight multiple enemies, and they are melee enemies, this will slow down their attack swings. So we'll put it out here for now. And yeah, that's it. Alright, we could go do the Murlocs. But, however, I think it might also be... Well, let's do the Murlocs. Do we want to... No, I don't want to do it. We're trying not to die. We're trying not to die. So let's be smart. Let's zone hop. Let's head over to Frosty Dun Moreau and do some questing over that way. To the Dwarven Lands. No layers to change the weather. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I don't mind it, you know. It's okay. We'll go to Dunmorrow and we'll see. It'll probably be a little bit sunnier over that way. I'm not going to do the Murlocs right now. Yeah, trying not to die. Like, right now the Murlocs are a good way to get killed. So I'm going to zone hop. We will get on the tram and we'll do that. We also have a breadcrumb to turn in Stormwind anyway. And we wanted to check the auction house because we were curious about the shape of the economy. Curious to see if the low-level economy especially, if it's all busted or if the economy seems to be functioning okay. So we're going to look up, we'll look at this Shining Silver Breastplate. Because I know that on a server with a good economy, I should be able to get one for like 12 gold. If the economy is slightly busted, maybe I'll be able to get one for 20 gold, and if the economy is totally hosed, it'll probably be much more expensive. Check for wands? I will check for wands. Yeah, we'll check the lesser magic wand. I will turn down the Stormwind music a little bit for you guys. There we go. Yeah, we'll check for lesser magic wand, and I will look at Shining Silver Breastplate. Now, we can't buy anything yet, but just for like a frame of reference to know if the economy here is going to be useful or not. Ooh, wow. So there aren't a lot of them, but they're really cheap. That's very good for us. I don't think I've ever seen it so cheap. Okay. That's good. That's good. I don't know where, it's hard to say like what that says for the whole economy. It seems like the economy is small. Because yeah, there aren't a lot of them. But it's good from like a buyer perspective because it's really freaking cheap. Oh man. Good so far. Good morning, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Let's see. Lesser magic wand. Not Lester. It's not the Lester magic wand. That's something else. That feels pretty cheap. 13 silver. What about the greater? Greater magic wand is only 19 silver. Wow. It's a buyer's market. Yeah, people that are trying to make money selling stuff, like, you're not going to make money selling stuff necessarily. But there's enough people selling stuff that it's a buyer's market. That's good for us. Like, for the overall health of the economy, I'm not sure how good it is.
See you later.
But it's good for the time being.
Have a good one.
Need help?
I'm curious how many items are listed overall. Yeah, that would be a good indicator of, like, if the economy is actually functioning. The fact that there's low-level stuff up at all means that the economy is alive. You know, the economy is not completely dead. If people are bothering to sell lesser magic wands and greater magic wands and shining silver breastplates at all, then the economy is not totally dead. It just seems like it's a smaller economy right now. And who knows, maybe that'll grow a little bit more if people choose to come here and roll their characters, if people choose to come here and partake in the vanilla era, then maybe the economy grows a little bit more. It seems like it's in an okay place for now. As soon as I have like 4 gold, I'm buying one of those. Like, I'm gonna try to get one as soon as I can, before they're either gone or before the prices go up. The Redditors are saying the server is more populated later in the evenings. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's always going to be the case, right? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, when the time of day that I play is not the common time of day to play the game. Even on the weekend, I feel like it's like more people are going to play at night. We are not going to make that one. Yeah. No. Not even close. We need some elevator music for the tram. I should find some like non-copyrighted open source elevator sounding music. And then I could play it whenever we're in the tram. It desperately needs some music. This thing, like, this looks suspiciously like a giant explosive device. And I've never given it like a second look before. But yeah, it's very sus. It's a nuclear generator. It could be. Yeah, it could be some kind of energy thing. Yeah. It also, aka a giant explosive device. Yeah. Still sounds explosive. Still sounds dangerous. Oh, that's right. Dunmorrow is a very good place for herbalism. I forgot just how many herbs are going to spawn here. It's going to be a lot of herbing. There's something very therapeutic about Classic Era? Yes, absolutely. Obviously much more like chill and relaxing than back-to-back Mythics for 5 hours straight. Yes, sir. Yep, I realize that I have been just like basically, I've been mono-gaming retail for like a couple weeks. So we're gonna have a more balance, more variety in the streams going forward. I'm not gonna set like a concrete schedule. I'm not gonna say like, you know, Cataclysms on Wednesdays, vanilla on the weekends. I'm not gonna have like a schedule. But I am going to like make sure that we're playing just like a more variety of WoW, that we're staying connected with Vanilla Era and all that good stuff. I can't possibly enjoy Classic after playing retail. It's like the opposite is true. The opposite is true because then like I get perspective. We're gonna have a variety. I think for Mythics, I think the 3 and 3 rule is the best. Meaning that we don't do it more than 3 days a week, and we probably don't do more than 3 hours at a time. 3 and 3 for Mythics, just so I can keep like some kind of like vestige of sanity, and I can cut the amount of F-bombs dropped on the channel like basically in half. Yeah, they're two different games, absolutely. Yep. Is Deviate Delight the realm to play for Classic Era? That's a good question. We're seeing. We're trying to find that out. Ooh. Oh no, not like this. No, this isn't it. This is not our first death. This is not right off the tram. Not right off the tram. No, no, no. Go away. Okay, I'm gonna stop hunting down herbs for now, and let's pick up some quests. Yeah, people are trying to like start a resurgence here on Deviate Delight. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know like the overall player count or how many people have been coming to the server since it's been like a thing people have talked about on the internet. But I thought that if I was going to play some classic era, that I would do my part, and I would try to go along with like what some other people were doing, so that maybe we can help grow the server population a little bit. That's kind of what I figured.
Talk to me. Watch your back.
Lucas, I feel similarly about Cataclysm leveling, yeah. And strangely, that what you say about warrior animations, I thought that was simply a Tauren thing. Yeah, I noticed about leveling my Tauren that every single animation on the Tauren warrior is an overhead swing, where he brings the axe up and brings it down and brings it up, and it's like every ability he does the same thing. I don't think that's been true throughout like the history of classes, and I don't think it's true for all races, but yeah, my Tauren warrior definitely only had one animation for every single attack. So I feel you there.
Well met.
I'm gonna make this my home. It's a PvP server. Are we gonna see PvP action? If by PvP action you mean me getting camped and or hiding from players, then yes. The way I PvP is I play a game of hide and seek. Anybody who saw me play Plunderstorm is familiar with this tactic. It's the way I PvP is by avoiding all other contact with people. That's how I PvP. I play hide and seek.
Hi. Safe travels.
Oh my dear god. I think I need to, I probably need to like do something with my questy. Let's go into some icon options here. And I feel like I can tone these down a little bit. Okay, yes, that's a little bit more reasonable. There we go. Alright, we have to go over to Steel Girls Depot. Yeah, the good thing about WoW right now is there are many different versions of WoW, and basically, if you like MMOs, or you're just generally a Warcraft fan, there's a version of WoW for you. Some people are lucky, and we like multiple versions of WoW for different reasons. Other people find one version of WoW, and for them, that's it. That's the best version. There is no other version. There's no reason to play another version. And that's fine too. We're just really lucky to live in an era when we have choices. Because, like, you know, 6 years ago, we didn't have choice. You either liked WoW as it was, the modern version, or you didn't. And so you either got to play WoW or you didn't. What are the bags on the map? It's Questy. This is a quest tracking add-on. It's just giving us a visual interpretation of where we might find objectives. Completely unnecessary, but kind of a nice to have, especially when I'm streaming and chatting with you guys. I don't have to think very much about like what I'm doing.
What's on your mind? Interest you on a pint?
You could change to look like retail. I'm sure you have lots of options. I kind of like it like this.
What's on your mind?
Again, it's not something that I absolutely need to have at all, because I'm pretty familiar with all of these quests, but it's just kind of a nice to have.
How are you? Off with you.
It's good for me because if I don't have this, what'll happen is I'll keep working on a quest that I'm actually done with. And so like seeing the tracking and then seeing the tracking disappear is my sign that I have completed the quest so that I don't have to keep killing in the same area. Otherwise I get caught up talking and I'm just like fighting the same thing for 20 minutes and I don't realize I'm already done. Shadowlands had potential. Yeah, it had potential. Unfortunately, like most things, Blizzard messed it up. They did. I don't think they got to tell the story that they wanted to tell with Shadowlands. I think there was a real story that they wanted to tell. This guy, he immediately calls for help. Like, that other wolf was so far away, there was no way he was even close. And then all of a sudden we got 2 wolves on. I can't go this way. This is the danger way. The safe way is to go down over here. Yeah, like, I don't even think the jailer's character was who the jailer was supposed to be. The dude they had locked up. Okay, well, I don't remember the guy's name or any of the lore, but the guy that they had locked up, who we eventually freed, I think that person was supposed to be the ultimate actual bad guy of Shadowlands, and like things just didn't go down that way. They didn't have time to tell the story. Maybe they didn't have the story completely fleshed out, so they cut a bunch of it for time. But yeah, that character that we saved, that was like the guy with the smithing hammer, like. Whatever he was like, I don't remember what his name was, but I feel like that there was something more like going on with that character. There was like so much more that was supposed to be going on with the story in Shadowlands, but then it just became really silly. Like, once they couldn't tell the story that they were gonna tell, it just became a really nonsensical, silly story about a man and his nipples. So. I've done the voiceover add-on before. Yeah, I've had it run on a couple of playthroughs. It is good. Like, if you're playing the game by yourself and you just want to hear the stories read out to you, it actually works pretty well. The best voices that it does the Forsaken really well. The Forsaken sound really good. Humans sound okay. Orcs, like anything on the Horde side besides Forsaken is like kind of bad. Tauren are okay. Orcs and humans are hit or miss. Dwarves are okay. Trolls are really bad. Sometimes trolls have an Australian accent for some reason. I'm not really sure why. But in my experience, the Forsaken voice is really good. Shadowlands is about a man with nipples. Yeah, that's basically all it's about. It's about a man and his never-ending quest to not find a shirt. It's basically all I can. That's all I can remember. The Primus, wasn't that his name? The Primus? Something like that. Yeah, I think that guy was supposed to be the actual bad guy. And I think Zoval was supposed to be a scapegoat, like a scapegoat for other stuff that was actually going on. And I think the bad guy was really somebody else. Alright, dare I go into the Yeti Cave? I don't have to go into the Yeti Cave. I can fight outside of the Yeti Cave. So maybe I focus on doing that. Some of the transmogs are cool. Some of the mounts are cool too. Yeah, like the overall premise of Shadowlands was not necessarily bad. It was everything about the execution of the expansion that was bad. And what bothered people the most, and the reason why Shadowlands got such a bad rap, was that there was no content. It took them so long to release any content. And then when they would release a little bit of content like Korthia, it wasn't good. Compare that with like Dragonflight and just like how much content Dragonflight got. Now that isn't to say that all of Dragonflight's content was amazing. I hated Zeralek Caverns. I thought it was a miserable place. I thought the mole people were stupid and silly and had no place in Warcraft. I didn't really like the Black Dragonflight brothers and their daddy issues. I didn't resonate with that story really at all. So it wasn't that the Dragonflight content was like so much better. It was just that there was a lot more of it. There was always content coming out. Every single half patch had story content. Like, there was so much to do all the time, it felt like. And yeah, and that was basically it. If Shadowlands had simply had more content, it hadn't had a bunch of content cut, I don't think it would have got like such a bad rap. It did a lot of bad things with the lore, but I think a lot of the mistakes with the lore were because of all the cut content. Whereas if they had been able to push out all the content they had planned, the lore probably would have been better and it would have made more sense. Because overall, like, conceptually, the expansion wasn't awful. It didn't help that at the same time that they weren't making content for their game, at the same time that they weren't putting out any content, we had to learn what a cube crawl was. That didn't help any. Like, not only were they not putting out any content for their game, and the content they did put out was bad, we had to learn what a cubicle crawl was. The only thing I didn't like about Battle for Azeroth was it was supposed to be this big, like, conflict between the Horde and Alliance. But the only time you saw any of that was in, like, the very few, like, war campaign quests that you did. The majority of the actual questing you did had nothing to do with the conflicts at all. And then the worst part of BFA was the pyramid. If you were a Horde player in BFA like I was, you just got the short end of the stick with your stupid pyramid city. Meanwhile, the Alliance got Borealis, which is an awesome hub. And we got the Zandalari pyramid on Horde side. It was pretty bad. Yeah, they're pushing people into Dragonflight, though. Which I guess is fine. Like, if I had to pick, if you're gonna get pushed into Battle for Azeroth or Dragonflight, I guess Dragonflight makes sense because the events in Dragonflight, at least, are, like, semi-relevant to things that are gonna happen in the War Within. So I guess it's okay. Dragonflight leveling is an okay slice of Warcraft. The zones are obviously, like, top-notch beautiful, like, no question there. And yeah, just being able to do the whole, just do 1 to 70 or 10 to 70 or whatever in Dragonflight like that, that's not so bad. And dinosaurs were the best part of BFA. My son was a little bit younger then. He was like 3 or 4. He loved the dinosaurs. I was a beast mastery hunter at the time, so I'd always have a dino pet, and like he liked seeing the dinosaurs. The Alliance main city is better because it's just more navigable. Borealis Harbor is just like, it's an actual town, the layout makes sense, it's not a pyramid, and that's a good thing. I always wanted one of the Voltron cat pets for my hunter. I never got one of those pets. They had these mechanical cat pets in BFA that looked like the Voltron cats. And I always wanted one, and I never got one. I don't remember if they were locked behind, like... They were locked behind something, or I just never went out and caught one. If I don't get antsy here, if I can just be patient, then we don't have to go inside this cave at all. Which increases our chances of surviving drastically. I'm gonna try to stay outside. Like, I know once I go in here, all bets are off. So let's look around for some boars, and we will let the stuff out here respawn. A bundle of trouble is hard without stuff sparkling. It's, yeah, once you're used to sparklies and outlines, it's a visual challenge to go back to an era where nothing shimmers, nothing shines, nothing sparkles, nothing glows. What was really annoying is what they did in Wrath of the Lich King, where if you had skinning, it would glow, it would sparkle like there was loot, like if you hadn't skinned it yet. For some reason that really annoyed me. Because it was the same sparkle that they used for like there being loot, but it was like a bigger sparkle, like they increased the size of it. Like a little sparkle, and then if you hadn't skinned it, it turned into a big sparkle. And I don't remember that being like that in original Wrath, but then again, I don't think I was a skinner, so I don't really remember if it was or not, I guess. But I hated that. I hated how, like, they continued to glow until you skinned them, and the sparkle was so much bigger than the Loot Me sparkle. Like, I already see the body. Like, I see the body, you know, like... Do you really need to then remind people again, like, hey, you didn't skin that? Like, if someone's gonna miss it, let them miss the skin. Let them miss it. I miss skins all the time. A lot of times you guys have to tell me, hey, you didn't skin that. You gonna go back? That's fine. The body on the ground is what is supposed to tell you to skin it. I like sword and board, but we're gonna have to investigate some two-handed options pretty soon. Speaking of two-handed options, I should have trained in Stormwind. Because what do we have? Oh, see, we don't have any two-handed skill right now. We can learn axes and hammers from Ironforge, but two-handed swords is back in Stormwind. Gotta get our two-handed skill going pretty soon. There's so many herbs here. If I start chasing herbs here, I'll be chasing herbs all day. If I start like hardcore chasing herbs, we will never turn in any quests. Because there are just a ton of herbs. It's by far the best place to level up low-level herbing. Yeah, right now a two-handed sword will drop. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm gonna go get this one, but I see, no, I don't want to keep chasing this. I'm gonna be heading that way eventually anyway. I need to go get this one turned in, and then we need to head back up to the Wendigo den to get a couple more Wendigo mains. And then we'll head this way because we have to get out to Brunel Village. Speaking of ground clutter, I wonder what my ground clutter is set to. I don't remember. I have it really low. I'm gonna turn it up. Some people tell me that they like it, it's more immersive when there's more ground clutter. Some people hate it. I think 4 is pretty low. If it's at a 4, I must have turned it down for a quest at some point. Usually I keep it at about a 7.
Great to meet you. Keep your feet on the ground.
There's not going to be as much ground clutter here as other places.
Be good.
Oh yeah, if it's maxed out, you're not going to see anything. That's probably why I turned it down. I'm sure I turned it down because I was trying to do a pickup quest. I mean, to be fair, when they made the game, it was never intended that people would use any add-ons. It's just something that happened over time. With add-ons, you either have to say yes add-ons and you open the floodgates, or you do what FF14 does and you say no add-ons and you close the gates. It's hard to set an artificial cap on something. It's kind of like either you allow it or you don't. I usually play with minimal add-ons. Like, I use Questy, but the thing I like about Questy is I think Questy has a better quest list. I like this a lot better. It's more functional. Like, for me, like, I don't really need the objective tracking. I've done these quests many times. I know where most of the objectives are at. It makes it so that I have to think a little bit less while I'm streaming. And the biggest thing that I'll do is, like, I'll forget to pick up a quest. Like, I like seeing where the pickups are at. But yeah, it's a thing where I could take it or leave it. Sometimes I turn the objective tracking off, and it doesn't really make a difference to me. It only makes a difference when, like, you're new to the questing. If you've never done the quest before, or maybe you've only done them once, then you have to think a little bit more about what to do and where to go. But when you've done them as many times as I have in my life, you really don't really experience that. You typically remember, like, where to go and what to do. Oh yeah, there's one that makes your UI like the Dragonflight one. I like the Dragonflight UI. I don't know if I'd want it in vanilla era, but I wouldn't mind having it in Cataclysm, to be honest. Maybe I would try that add-on for Cataclysm. You refuse to play a female as a male, more power to you. Quite frankly, I don't care. I play body type A and body type B. People make characters for different reasons, and that is okay. Yeah, Carnifexia, absolutely. We've talked about it a bit. Cataclysm leveling is Cataclysm leveling. The best way to put it is that it's unfulfilling. It's just not a fulfilling leveling experience. It doesn't. No part of it really feels good. What feels good about Cataclysm leveling is when it's over. Then it feels good. When you're done. When you're done leveling in Cataclysm, that feels good. Yeah, I don't plan to level any more characters in Cata. I do plan to get on the Warrior and do some heroics. Try to make sure I'm getting my Valor cap. Oh, there is no Valor cap each week. That's interesting. So I'll try to get on like maybe once or twice a week to do some heroics on the Warrior. But I don't plan to level any more characters in Cata, I don't think. If I were to level anything else in Cataclysm, I would probably level my Pally from 80 to 85. That would probably be the only leveling that I would do. I don't think I'm going to level up any other like fresh tunes. But yeah, maybe I'll do some Valor farming on the Warrior. He doesn't really need a lot from Valor points, but you have to rush through the thing about the Cataclysm zones, especially really at all, but if you're wearing any heirlooms, you outlevel the zones. We were leveling a Cata priest for a minute before I got like totally absorbed with my retail priest. And I was starting to outlevel the zones, so like even if I wanted to hang around and see the whole story play out, which wasn't really interesting anyway, even if I wanted to do that, I really couldn't, because the enemies were turning gray, the quests were about to go gray, and I had to artificially move on to another zone. And I guess like if you don't wear any heirlooms at all, maybe that happens a little bit less. But yeah, it's just unfulfilling. The thing is, like, none of the changes they made to the zones made the zones better. All of the changes they made to the zones made those zones worse. They don't feel as good. They don't feel. The vibe that they had was stripped away, and in place of the vibe that they all had, you get some kind of story, right? They tried to write a little bit of a story in each zone. But then the other thing they did was they crammed so much like comedy and so much like slapstick and so much like silliness into the quest that it doesn't even feel like good like Warcraft story. It feels like silliness almost at every turn. You know, from the Rambo quest line in Red Ridge to the CSI investigation in Westfall to Garrosh throwing a guy off a cliff. To the other guy throwing a guy out a window. Like, everything just seems kind of tongue-in-cheek. All the goblin quests, everywhere you find goblins, it's all comedy, it's all satire, it's all slapstick, it's all silliness. And I guess what I realized is that by the time Cataclysm came out, the people that made vanilla were probably not the people making the game anymore. There was a different kind of person making the game by the time Cata came out, by the time they did the big world revamp. Some of like the bigwigs were still there, kind of trying to guide things, I'm sure, but like the actual tone, the very tone of the zones, the very tone of the game was just fundamentally different. And everything was sort of looked at through this like comedic lens. How can it be funny? How can it be silly? How can it be a reference? How can it be a joke? How can we make it a pun? Like the way they went about like writing and the way they went about redesigning the quest, it's like they were just being silly with it like so often. And that made it impossible to take even the serious storylines serious or to enjoy the serious storylines in any way. Yeah, 1,000 Needles. Yeah. I mean, I leveled my hunter through 1,000 Needles. I did almost every quest there, and it was painful. It was a painful place to be. The quests were not fun to read or do. It was pain. It was pain. Yep, too much silliness, too much humor, too much slapstick, too many references. It's just yeah, Cataclysm leveling is not good. It didn't do the game any favors remaking those zones. I think I run away from this in the idea of not dying. I should probably just like run away from these guys. There you go. Yeah, this guy's gonna help me out. Boom, look at that. We can't skin him, unfortunately. Should they revamp Azeroth again? Yeah, they're going to. I think they're going to do that after the World Soul Saga ends. That's when it makes the most sense. You know, after the Last Titan is probably when they'll do a revamp. Maybe they'll find a reason to sneak it in like during the World Soul Saga. For a long time, we thought we were going to get a world revamp with 11.0. But no, we're not getting a world revamp with 11.0. They're gonna have to do something. Yeah, they should really consider it. And like what we can hope for is that it just doesn't make the zones worse again. Cuz they're going to go through and they're going to try to like update the zones. They're going to try to add some chronologically relevant things to the zones so that we can kind of see like how the zones have aged up and changed. But you know, they could end up doing the same exact thing. You know, instead of like every zone being like slapstick comedy and references, maybe now every zone will just feel like Dragonflight if they remake them now. And I don't really think every zone having the same tone as Dragonflight is good either. I don't think they should remake the old world unless they have a way to make it feel like Warcraft. When they remake the old world, it should be through the lens of like, how do we simulate a vanilla experience in retail? How do we make zones where the questing feels as vanilla as possible in retail? Like just evergreen, boots on the ground questing. Don't talk about the Cataclysm that just happened. Don't reference the Jailer. Don't talk about the Dragonflights. Don't talk about the Emerald Dream. Like, don't talk about anything that is chronologically relevant to only one point in time. Leave all the questing open-ended so that the quest could happen at any time, where like the time doesn't matter. And yeah, so like looking at vanilla and just seeing like, why is vanilla leveling so enjoyable? Why is vanilla leveling so cathartic? Why do people like it? And then remaking the old world like in that image. But will they do that? No, they won't do that. That's not what they'll do. I don't know that they have people working at Blizzard who are capable of that. Because that would mean that they had people at Blizzard who were fans of and who play Classic Era. So no, we'll get it. We'll probably get another revamp very similar to Cataclysm. Some of the quests will move around. Some of the quests will have their wording changed, and the rest of the quests will be very specific to the time period. But it'll happen eventually. They will eventually have to remake the old world. We can hope that with Chris Metzen back, maybe he can help guide development in a way that makes it feel like Warcraft again. So far, from like the very little I've seen of War Within still feels like Dragonflight. As far as its like story tone, its story beats, its characters, their dialogue, like the stuff happening in the world, it still just kind of just feels like Dragonflight. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see how the World Soul Saga shapes out. Dude, I swear, you never hit max level. You perma low levels. I guess you haven't been here for like the last 15 streams when we've been doing Mythic Plus. But that's okay. You don't need to be. There are plenty of channels where people only play endgame content. I invite you to go to one of those channels. Because if the amount of endgame I've played in the last 2 weeks is not good enough for you, it's never going to be. If the amount of endgame I've played in the last 2 weeks is not good enough for you, it's never going to be good enough for you. And if you knew anything about vanilla, you would know that vanilla is about the journey, not the destination. So that tells me two things. It tells me that you don't know what's going on the channel, because if you did, you'd have seen all the mythics. It also tells me you don't know what vanilla's about. There are plenty of other places for you, my friend. I implore you to find them. It was quick. It's the rule of like, it's the same rule. If you say something that I think is, you get, there's three things. Like, if it's stupid, it's fine. If it's ignorant, it's fine. If it's stupid and ignorant, then you're gone. Yeah, you can be stupid and you can be ignorant. You just can't say things that are stupid, ignorant, and annoying. If you hit the trifecta of stupid, ignorant, and annoying, then that's it. We don't need to hang out. That's really all there is to it. You can be one of those things at a time, and it's okay. Like, anybody can be one of those things at any time. It's when you hit the trifecta that, yes, I just like, we just don't need to hang out. You don't understand the channel, you don't understand the content, you don't understand classic, like, it's fine, that's okay.
Keep your feet
There's
on
just
the ground.
there's just other places to be. In the meantime, I don't need you here. And I've always been really straightforward about the trifecta. ESO doesn't raise their level cap, like with new expansions. I always thought about that because ESO releases a lot of freaking content, man. I'll tell you, if you're an ESO player, I feel like there's always like either you always have new content in front of you or there's always new content just on the horizon. Like ESO cranks out content, and I've always kind of wondered about like how they handle their level cap. So like they don't increase their level cap from expansion. I don't even know what to call them expansions really, but I guess that's the best term for them. One day I'm gonna level up in ESO, I swear. Maybe we'll end up doing it on stream sometime. Maybe I'll be able to stick with it a little bit more if I have you guys kind of like egging me on. Like playing ESO on my own in a vacuum, it just kind of gets boring. Because the moment-to-moment combat leveling up is really boring. And there are also like so many things about ESO that I don't understand and that I don't know. So maybe if I was hanging out on stream with some of you people who like know about ESO, who play ESO, who do like endgame stuff in ESO, maybe you could guide me a little bit. Too much guidance would probably be just as bad as no guidance, but maybe like a little bit of guidance on some things, and maybe I could actually cap a character one day. Most of the content is way easy. Yeah, it is. It really is. It's just like... It's hard for me to get into my character, because I don't feel like my character really ever has to do anything besides talk to NPCs. You know, I don't feel like the abilities I pick matter. I don't feel like my execution of those abilities really matters, and like that's hard to play an RPG that way. And also like... Also the button pressing isn't really fun. So like take Retail WoW for example. Like, Retail WoW, it's not hard to level up in. The combat is not super challenging. There's not really a lot of danger. But, with the level scaling they do in Retail WoW, there's enough challenge that you have to press your buttons. It makes you press your buttons, you start learning your buttons, and the important thing here is the buttons are fun to press. The classes in Retail WoW are fun to play. The talent system is fun to go through and pick your talents. And your abilities are fun, and they look cool. And in ESO, the abilities aren't really fun. They don't really look cool. And like the skill progression, it's not really fun either. There's like some gameplay missing from leveling up, I think, in ESO. That like, it just isn't like, it isn't super fun. It isn't super fun. Like the storytelling and world building are like next level of awesome. So much better than like most games that exist. Like the world building, the story writing, the quest writing, the voice acting, it's all like S tier. But then combat and gameplay are like C or D tier. And it's hard for me to square those two things. I need my combat to at least be like B tier combat. It doesn't have to be like S tier levels of fun, but it has to be like a little bit better than it is. Guild Wars 2 I feel kind of the same way about. I don't really know that I should be out here fighting these guys right now. I feel like... That's a level 10 quest. I don't really need to be doing a level 10 quest. I don't really need to be fighting 2 level 7s for that matter, but this is the world we live in now. Yeah, but maybe someday I'll try ESO on stream and see if maybe like hanging out with you guys and playing it makes it a more enjoyable experience. How many levels are there in ESO? Like what's the level cap? Oh, the cap is 50. Oh, that's really low. That's really low. I bet if I tried to use like, you get like experience boost potions and stuff, and I always ignore all that stuff. I bet if I went in and like actually tried to level quickly in ESO, I probably could cap a character out pretty easily, couldn't I? Like if I was being optimal, if I was using my XP scrolls and all that stuff, I'd probably cap a character out like pretty easily. But then, like, what would I do then? Would the gameplay get more enjoyable once I was capped out? Is the game going to get more challenging in some way once I'm level capped? Is there ever going to be content that's like challenging to do? Or is it just going to be like more of the same? Yeah, I was gonna say there's no like ESO and Elder Scrolls 6 are gonna be made by completely different development teams. Yeah, it's not an either or type of situation. Like it's just 2 different games with 2 different development teams, and they're not connected, you know. It's not like if they stop making ESO that would like move people over to Elder Scrolls 6. Elder Scrolls 6 is either gonna get made or not get made whenever they decide to make it or not make it. which could be never. Like, and to be fair, like most single-player RPGs that come out nowadays that are from beloved franchises, they end up sucking anyway, and fans are disappointed and hate them. See the recent Dragon Age reveal. Where am I going for this? What's going on with this one? It says he's inside. I didn't see him inside. Huh. Maybe he's down in the basement. Veteran trials and dungeons are hard. Is a veteran trial, is that like single player content? Because I'm kind of wondering if there's any single player content that's any good. So dungeons are also hard though. If you don't pass the DPS check, your group dies. Oh shit, well. That's rough. So in other words, the game goes from being way too easy to being very hard. Which I think for a lot of like players of video games, that kind of like swaying back and forth is going to be very hard to reconcile. It's difficult to imagine leveling up in a game with zero difficulty, and then all of a sudden the game gets hard. Like what is supposed to teach you how to play the game if the leveling up journey is not teaching you how to be a good player? What is? Then I have to go onto the interwebs. I have to look up guides, I have to watch videos, because suddenly, even though I've played for 50 levels, now I realize I don't know how to play. Because the game has done nothing to teach me how to play my class. And that's another thing that I find, like, I don't really care for that. It's like, game is super easy, you hit max level, game is super hard. Like, that's not a good thing either. Like, it's great that there's harder content, but... It's great that there's harder content, but at the same time, it sucks to go from like that wild vacillation of like super easy gameplay to then incredibly challenging gameplay.
What can I do for you?
Most people are not gonna like that either. It's a no-win situation. There needs to be a graduation of challenge, and the challenge in a video game has to start right away. If you want there to be like any thought or any challenge, like it has to be like throughout the entire experience. And then ideally it would get harder and harder as time went on. But you'd also be getting better, you know. Two-hand practice sword. I'm gonna sell it. Can't equip it right now anyway. Amy, it's going well. Thanks for popping in. Hope your guys' day is going well. Everything's good here. I did grab the deliveries off the porch too. I'm sure you were wondering about that. I did grab them on my lunch break. So they're not just sitting out there.
How are ya?
This guy needs something. He needs a drink. I need to get him a drink. I need to get the guy outside a drink as well.
No.
Let's do that.
See you soon.
What tip do I have to stop creating new characters? Why would you want to stop creating new characters? If you want to stop creating new characters, then play retail and get into Mythic Plus. That's my advice. If you want to stop creating new characters, play a version of the game where you're going to get super invested in the end game. Because if you're not super invested in the end game, there's really no reason to stop playing different characters as long as you're having fun. If you're having fun, just keep doing what you're doing. If you want to get super invested in endgame, you know, that's a way to stop leveling characters. So pick a version of the game that you like the endgame in. For me, it's retail. And find an activity at endgame you like to do. For me, it's Mythic Plus. And then you do that. That being said, even enjoying Mythic Plus, I'm still doing that across 3 different characters. So I'm still playing different characters even when I'm focusing entirely on endgame stuff. But honestly, it's a video game. So if you're having a good time trying different characters, there's no reason not to keep doing that. And when you're sick of it, go play something else. It's easy. There you go. That's fine. That's how you are experiencing the game, is by trying new races and trying new classes. You know, a couple of things could happen. You could keep doing that for a while. Eventually, you could fall in love with a class and fall in love with a race. It could be the perfect combo for you, and you can play the crap out of it. Or maybe you try a bunch of classes and races. Eventually, you get bored and you move on to other games. Either way, it's fine. As long as you're enjoying the time that you are putting into the game, it doesn't matter.
What's on your mind? Watch your back.
But yeah, I mean, like, vanilla era is not really the era to say, I'm gonna get into super hard endgame. I'm gonna focus on being an endgame, vanilla era player. I'm gonna cap my character. I'm gonna do all the raids. Like, it's not really, like, the best version to do that in. Like, firstly, you got a 300-hour leveling journey ahead of you first. Like, you're gonna want to have a class that you really love to get through that journey on. And then secondly, there's only so many raids and stuff to do in vanilla era. But, like, you know, Cataclysm is really easy to level up characters. The leveling time in Cataclysm is really short. You can level up a couple cata characters, and then it's a matter of either doing heroic 5-mans or trying to get into a raiding guild. Do I ever feel guilty for playing different versions of the game? No. Not really. I have a guild too. They probably wish I loved Cataclysm, but I don't love Cataclysm, so I play the version of the game that I enjoy. What would make me feel really bad is if I were forcing myself to play a version of the game that I wasn't having fun in, just for the sake of focusing on one version of the game. I think that the least healthy thing you can do to yourself is to take an activity that's supposed to be recreational, like playing video games, and then you want to turn that into a job. And you want to say, like, oh, I have to focus on this one version. I have to focus on this one character. I have to do these activities every week. I have to do this, you know, for my raid team. I have to do this and that. I have to cap out my valor. I think it's incredibly unhealthy to take an activity that's supposed to be for your own relaxation and for your own enjoyment, and to just hyper fixate on it and make it into a job. And as far as letting people down, like, as long as you're being honest with people and you're not misleading them, then it's fine. As long as you're not sitting there saying you're going to be somebody who's going to hyper-focus the game, you're going to be the best player on the raid team, as long as you're not telling people you're going to log in for 6 hours a day and play with them, like, if you're just being honest with people and with yourself, then there's really nothing to feel guilty about. And if you still feel guilt, there's probably another underlying reason in life why you're feeling that way, and it probably has nothing to do with the video games that you're playing. Or it could, but it could be non-WoW related. Yeah, it's kind of why, like, my preferred endgame right now is Mythic Plus. Because Mythic Plus is drop in and drop out. I can play Mythic Plus when I want. I can hyper fixate on it for a couple days, then I cannot play it on a day. I'm not letting anybody down. I don't have a team of people waiting for me to get on. And so, like, that's what I've been doing to get my endgame fix, is I've enjoyed Mythic Plus. I've kind of come to a point where I realize that, like, having a robust rating schedule might not be something I can do right now. It might not even be something that I'm interested in doing. So yeah, it's just about figuring out, like, what are you actually having fun with in the game? What about the game is fun for you, and making sure that you're doing that. And then just making sure that you're honest about it. We got the bear fur. Let's see. Where does that one turn in? Oh, we need chunks of boar meat. I bet I cooked my boar meat, didn't I? I bet I cooked my boar meat, and I probably cooked my boar ribs. I probably had these quests completed. And then I did some cooking. Now I'm back to square one. Which is okay. We'll just kill some more bears and kill some more boars, and we'll be good. Congrats on the 28K. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yep, at the rate the channel is currently growing subs, I will get 100,000 subs and get my first YouTube plaque by the time I'm 76 years old. Oh god. Do I run from this or do I fight it? I think I fight the one guy and then I run from the other guy. The dodges are not helping. You're gonna bleed out. You need to get hamstrung. Oh shit! Okay, this could be how we die! Oh no! Not like this. Alright, this will throw him off a little bit. There we go. I think we're good. I think we're good. Nope, it's not gonna happen. Not today. Maybe another day, but not today. Speaking of subs and subbing to the channel, if you guys are here and you're enjoying the content and you're having a good time hanging out, leaving a like on the VOD, subbing to the channel, ringing the bell, all that stuff really does help out a lot. It doesn't seem like it, but it does. The amount of likes that you get on a VOD determines whether or not YouTube is going to show your content to new people. Sometimes it determines whether you're going to be showing content to people that are currently fans. Like, it plays a big part in the algorithm. So if you're here and hanging out and you want to drop a like, that would help grow the channel. And I appreciate those that do. We have other goals too for the channel to try to make sure that we are still growing as a community and to help me do cool things in the future for members and stuff like that. But just leaving a like, you know, that's more than helpful enough. So yeah, I appreciate it. Alright, where should I hunt boars? Let's see, like, yeah, maybe back this way would be an okay place. Preferably not near the wolves. The wolves are the really dangerous things out here, because the wolves often call other wolves. And then suddenly you're being chased by two wolves and you're backing into a couple of bears. And that's gonna get us killed. Cyberchild, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome. That guy beat us up pretty good. How long are these conjured muffins good for? Are these going to vanish from my inventory, or am I going to have to log out for them to vanish? I thought they had like a 2-hour timer on them. But maybe that's not the case. It doesn't say anything about a timer. Maybe they're good until I log out. They might, yeah, they might last until I log out. For some reason I thought it was either like a certain amount of time or a log out. But I guess it's just a log out. 15 minutes after logging out. So there is a time, but it only starts counting when we log out. That's good to know. Guys, don't let me cook all this boar meat again, okay? Don't let me cook all this boar meat. It would be very much like me to farm these up again, to run back to town, to do a bunch of cooking, and then have to do it again. It was like the time in Darkshore? No, it was Duskwood, where I sold the wolf flanks. Like 3 different times I sold all my wolf flanks. And 3 different times I had to go farm my wolf flanks up. We could very easily be in a wolf flank type of situation here. So we talked a little bit about ESO earlier. Someday this week, I will stream some ESO. And I will see if you guys enjoy hanging out. And some of you with knowledge can help me learn some things about ESO. And those of you who don't know anything about ESO can see what it's like to try to learn how to play the game and enjoy it. Maybe we'll try to have like a variety day. Where if I'm streaming 5 or 6 days a week, maybe we can have a variety day where I stream an MMORPG that is not World of Warcraft. And see how that goes. Because yeah, I would like to learn more about it, and I'd like to maybe experience the end game, but it sounds like I'm gonna need a little bit of guidance. Because it sounds like a lot like World of Warcraft. It sounds like ESO is probably like pretty bloated with both content and features. And as a player coming from the outside, it's always hard to navigate those things. It's always hard to like separate the fluff from like the stuff that you need to know and the stuff that you need to do. And that's not even getting into like having a proper build. You know, having a proper build and like and proper ability loadouts, that's an entirely different thing. Does ESO need a sub? I don't have a sub, but I bought the game when it first came out. Like, I paid for the full physical box copy when it came out, and when it came out, there was no subscription, and there was no Crown Store. Or if there was a Crown Store, it wasn't the Crown Store the way that the Crown Store is now. So, I don't know, really. I think that you can pay for a sub, but I also think you can play the game without a sub. And there's probably advantages to having an active sub. But like when I play ESO, I don't have an active sub. I'm not actively subbed to anything that I'm aware of. I think you just buy a box copy and then you can play the game, and then the sub gets you some benefits on the Crown Store. Like it might also get you faster leveling. I'm sure like ESO is one of those games where they've kind of gone the route of, like, you know, like not pay to win, but kind of pay to win. Pay to level. You can purchase boost and bonuses that level you faster. In a game that you already seem to level super fast, I don't really know what the point of it is, but yeah, see, the sub gives you bonuses. The most important is the endless crafting bag. If you don't craft, you don't need anything. So I don't need anything. I don't need any bags. I don't need any items. I don't need any crafting. So yeah, it seems like the sub is probably for like super active players. Like if you are a player of ESO, you play ESO every week, ESO is your game, you engage with the crafting and all the other systems, then it sounds like you'd probably benefit from having a sub. Whereas if you're just like a casual player playing the game, it's probably not necessary. A human warrior in Dunmore. The thumbnail was Elwyn. It's clickbait. Fair, yeah, super clickbaity. The only reason I have an audience at all is because I'm like really good at clickbaiting people. If I wasn't so good at clickbait, there'd be nobody here. I don't mind backseating, but like when people backseat, keep in mind like there's only so much information that I can absorb from like reading. So I have a limited capacity brain. Think about it like having a PC that has a processor that's like you have a 12-year-old processor in your PC, right? And maybe you might even have like a newer video card, but imagine having a 12-year-old processor. That's like me with my brain. I have an older processor. It's a little bit slower. It was never very good to begin with. And so when I'm trying to learn a bunch of things from people like typing at me, there's only so much I can absorb. So what happens is like someone will tell me something 15 times. And I will be like, why is this like this? Why is this like... And someone will have answered my question 15 times. And then finally on the 16th time, I'll see it. So yeah, backseat gaming is fine, but be prepared to feel like I'm ignoring you. Because I'll, you know, especially if I'm playing like something like ESO, like a game that I'm not familiar with, I'll be focusing like more on like playing the game. And what'll happen is people will feel like I'm ignoring them sometimes. But I don't mind backseat gaming. But yeah, we'll play some ESO sometime this week. I'm really curious to see if you guys will show up for some ESO. I'd love to be able to hang out and play other MMOs. So we will see. Yep, I'd love to bring just a little bit more variety to the streams in general, especially because recently I have been streaming like 5, 6, 7 days a week for the last few weeks. So it'd be nice to have some more stuff to do. Some more things to work into the rotation. Okay, I have 4 chunks of boar meat. I have 6 ribs, so I'm gonna go back and I'm not gonna cook it. Can we hearth back? We can't hearth back. Yeah, we're gonna go back, we're gonna turn in the quests. And then after I get all the quests turned in, then we can think about cooking any excess that we have. Yeah, and it's easier to interact and to like read more. I can read most messages. Like my chat doesn't move like super fast. So I can read most messages. I don't respond to everything. Because I've learned that if I literally try to respond to everything, that's firstly I'm never going to be able to sustain that. Like, especially if the channel grows like I want it to, I'll never be able to sustain responding to everything. I try to read everything. That being said, sometimes I don't. Sometimes if I'm super fixated on like playing and you guys are very active, then I will miss stuff. And yeah, if I'm already missing stuff, I can imagine like if you had a stream with like 500 people or 1,000 people, like keeping up with chat, I wouldn't be able to do it. You'd have to have a different metric for like what you're looking at in chat if you had a super active chat that was much bigger than the one that I currently have. We got a lot of herbs down here. What is going on down here? Like, oh my god. There's like 5 herbs in this like really tiny little area. What's the best quality of the warrior in classic era? Just like they're super fun to play. The best thing about the warrior is the warrior has the best ability in the game. And the best ability in the game is charge. The best thing about the vanilla warrior is in a game where a lot of other classes have a lot of like stop and go, the warrior has a sense of momentum. Like if you're fighting stuff and farming stuff, especially if you're fighting stuff that's green, you can charge from fight to fight to fight to fight, and you're not stopping to get your mana back. You don't often have to stop to get your health back. And I think the warrior's sense of momentum, and just the fact that they have charge, which is the coolest ability in vanilla, is probably the best quality of the classic warrior. Alright, now we'll go turn the quest in. Now that I got completely sidetracked by herbs. Nerd Adam, have a good rest of your day, man. I appreciate you being here. We'll see you next time. That's what I need to play in ESO. I need to play a class that can charge. I feel like charge is a weapon ability and probably not a class ability in ESO. But yeah, I need to be able to charge into combat, I think. I need to charge into combat and then I need to hit stuff with a big weapon. That would be my ideal build. Charge in, hit stuff with weapon. I want to wear heavy armor, and I want to charge into things, and then I want to hit them in the face. That would be ideally what I would do. Preferably while wearing like heavy armor or like maybe medium armor. But man, I would love to wear some like heavy like plate armor, and just have some badass looking plate armor. That's a warrior class in FF14. I've played Final Fantasy. I can't play Final Fantasy on the channel. There isn't like an audience for it. Like it's just like Final Fantasy XIV is too linear for it to be like enjoyable content for people to watch, especially the leveling journey. Now, like if you're talking about endgame FF14, then there might be an audience for like watching endgame stuff, I guess. But when it comes to leveling a character up, I can't do that on the channel.
What can I do for you?
There's not enough of an audience for it, and I think the reason is because it's a story, a very linear story. That's all that the leveling experience is. And so people who are interested in FF14, like they've seen the story, they've played the story, or they can go play it themselves. I don't think it's as interesting to watch somebody play through like a linear story as it is to see somebody like in an open world where there's like variance. Where like your starting point can be different. The beginning, middle, and end of a MMO journey should all be able to be different. And in FF14, the beginning, middle, and end are all the same for every player. There is no real variance in the order of operations or the way that you progress to max level. Like in WoW, I can pick and choose different places to level up. I have a lot of agency in like where we go to level a character. Same thing in ESO. There's a lot of places, there's tons of content in ESO that I can level up a character through. So like even people who have played a bunch of ESO, they might be seeing something new. Or they might be seeing something that they played back in the day that they have fond memories of. Whereas with Final Fantasy XIV, it's just a JRPG story. And like anyone who's played has seen the whole story. They know all the spoilers already. And anybody who hasn't played but is actually interested, I feel like the best way for them to experience the story would be by playing it themselves and not by watching me play it. Yeah, I've tried to do Final Fantasy playthroughs on the channel in the past, not on stream, but just as like recorded series, and they've always done just very badly. Very badly. There's just no audience for it at this point. There's a lot of talking, and that would be a lot of reading on my part in the like, especially in a Realm Reborn, like that era. It would be just like too much reading. I was hoping that with the new expansion, they were going to do a story reset, where like there would be a new story and new characters with Dawn Trail, and I thought this will be my entry point. This will be when I start like getting into FF14, is with a new story, with a new cast of characters. I don't need to know all the other shit that happened, but that's not what's happening. We're not getting a new story with a new cast of characters. We're getting a new story with the same characters that have been around for the past 15 years. So, like, you still need to know those characters and everything you still need to know everything they've done in the past. You still need to know all their development arcs to care about them. And yeah, there's no audience for it, and I don't have the time for it. It sucks because I love Final Fantasy. Like, I love the universe, I love the classes. I am a person who, like, back in the day, I played thousands of hours of FF Tactics. I've played I played all Final Fantasies up until 10. Like 10, I didn't get into 10. Didn't really care for the story that was told there. So yeah, I used to be a huge Final Fantasy fan. So trust me, I would love nothing more than to play an actual Final Fantasy MMORPG. But Final Fantasy XIV is not really an MMORPG anymore, unless you're at endgame doing endgame stuff. Okay. Where am I doing? What am I doing? Where am I going? Those are my questions. I am going this way. We're level 9. We have level 7 quests to do back in Brunel Village. We can stop up here. We can get the Shimmerweed. Okay, yeah, let's go after the Shimmerweed. I think we might be able to do that one without getting ourselves killed. And then we do the Brunel stuff, and then after that it might be time to go back to Elwyn Forest to be safe. Yeah, to get into FF14, you really have to be in the mood for just like a very linear JRPG story. There's not going to be a lot of gameplay for you. Like, most of your gameplay leveling up is going to be filler gameplay. You're going to be doing a lot of traveling from one NPC to the other. You're going to be reading a lot of dialogue, listening to a lot of voice acting. I'm waiting for Final Fantasy XI Classic. Final Fantasy XI Remastered. That is the Final Fantasy MMO that I want to play. I want to get a group of people. I want to stand on the beach. I want one person to run out, pull a goblin, run him back to the group. We kill the goblin. And I want to do that for hours. And then I want that moment where the tank runs out to grab a goblin and he goes, "I got 2 gobs. Think we can take them?" And then the whole group runs for the zone exits because everyone knows that 2 gobs means you're going to die. And in Final Fantasy XI, when you died, you lost experience. So you could de-level. Your character could de-level if you died too much or too often. Or if you just leveled up and then you die, you'll de-level. And leveling was important, especially at low levels. You get to a point where you opened up your subclass. The worst feeling in the world is like you just opened up your subclass, you just got that all situated, now you're a black mage with a white mage subclass, and then you get killed, and you de-level, and you lose your subclass. Now you're back to farming rabbits. So yeah, I will play Final Fantasy XI Remastered or Final Fantasy XI Classic when they re-release that, because I'm sure that's on their radar. I'm sure that's really big on Square Enix's radar. But I would be much more interested in that than I would FF14. How am I getting up to the Shimmer Ridge? That is a question. It looks like there's a pathway right here. And in Final Fantasy XI, like, a mob did not have a leash. So the reason why you ran to the zone exit was because running to the zone exit was the only way to stop the mob from chasing you and killing you. And like most classes, after a certain level, most classes could not kill mobs solo. You had to be in a group in order to kill just like typical mobs out in the world. There were only a couple of classes that were good at soloing enemies. That just wasn't how the game was built. The game was built that if you wanted to go fight stuff, you had to have like a 5-man group. you had like amazing abilities that were on 2-hour cooldowns. Big old cooldowns that you could blow if stuff hit the fan. That was my first MMORPG that I ever played. This is an upgrade. From 3 to 7 and 2 DPS to 5 to 10 and 3.7 DPS. That's an upgrade. Very nice. Now, we're not going to have a lot of weapon skill with it. But at this level, that shouldn't matter too much. We should get it skilled up pretty quickly. You know, this might not be a really safe place to be. Now that we're here, and now that I'm getting hit with lightning bolts, and now that I don't have an interrupt, I'm not feeling good about this. I'm feeling actually kind of worried about this one guy. This guy could probably kill us. I need to get some crits. I need to get some big hits. We gotta get some hits right now. Okay, yeah. No. We are not gonna do this right now. We are gonna go to Brunel Village, and we are gonna wrap up that stuff. And then I think it will be time to take our butts back to Elwyn Forest. Because stuff is getting a little bit challenging here. And I really don't want to die. So yeah, let's do that. Oh, there's a fishing trainer here. Do I have money? I have money. I have quite a bit of silver actually. Let's learn fishing while we're out here.
What can I do for you? See you soon.
Let's not walk across Murder Island. If we go up here, we are certainly doomed. So the questing add-on is called Questy. The map add-on is called Leatrix Maps. Questy and Leatrix Maps.
Welcome. See you soon.
Oh, you mean the one that changes this? Yeah, this is immersion. That's the immersion add-on.
Off with you. Be good. Off with you.
Aye, off with ya. Be good.
How are you?
I need to make sure that we stop at the bank. Like, whenever we go to Ironforge next, we need to drop all this in the bank. Because even with full bags, it's going to fill up our bags pretty quickly.
Be good.
Alright, I think we'll do the kill quest. We'll do this level 8 kill quest for the bears, the elder boar, and the snow leopards. And then we'll head back to Elwyn. We got Fortitude, which is absolutely huge. Especially in the situation where we're trying to not get killed. That's enormous. My skinning is maxed out. I had a feeling. I had a feeling it was maxed out. That's okay. We do a bunch of skinning, so it's not the best thing that we're maxed out, but it's not the end of the world. We will we'll get that trained up really soon. We're gonna end up dropping skinning eventually anyhow. We're gonna end up dropping it so that we can do alchemy. I think that's what we're doing. Then again, I don't know. We'll see. I feel like every time I choose to do like a production profession, I let it fall behind. I'm not a very good like production profession person. I do really well at skinning, and I do okay at herbalism. So maybe we'll stick to what we know, and maybe we'll just vendor and we'll just make a ton of money that way. We'll see. If I still have ESO people here at all, in ESO, is there a trinity in ESO? Is there like DPS, tank, and heals? Or is ESO one of those games where there are not traditional roles in a group? That's a question I don't know the answer to. I know like Guild Wars 2, I don't think Guild Wars 2 uses the Holy Trinity. I don't think there are any healers. There might be like a support class. ESO has the Trinity. Okay, good, good, good. So if I thought I wanted to like roll a tanky character, there would be like a future where like said tanking would be useful to groups. I probably shouldn't tank, you know, knowing nothing about the game. But I kind of want to wear heavy armor. Like I'll be a melee hitter. Are there any specs that would be a DPS but that would wear heavy armor? Because from what I remember of ESO, the type of armor that you equip, it lends like certain stat bonuses. And I feel like the heavy armor stat bonuses were more tank related. Whereas like the medium armor bonuses were DPS related. I really don't want to fight the gnomes. I need to not be near the gnomes right now. Is there like a certain class that's a tank, or is tanking based on your armor and weapon loadout? The only class that really stood out to me as like a possible tank was like the Dragon Knight. And maybe possibly like the Templar. Kind of struck me as like potentially tanky classes. Anyway, I guess I'll find out. We'll do an ESO stream sometime this week, and maybe I'll learn some more of these things then. We got a chess piece here. Ooh, that's quite enough. Mountaineer chess piece. I don't know that I've ever had a Mountaineer chess piece before. That's cool. Dragon Knight is yeah, I thought so. Yeah, that just seemed like the one that would be the tank. Dragon Knight. I've never tried the Dragon Knight class. The Warden should be a good tank. That's one of the DLC classes? I think I have all the classes unlocked. I bought one of the more recent expansions. The one that introduced the Arcanist. And I'm pretty sure that when I did that, I think I got access to all the classes. I don't know, because like their structure for expansions is weird to me. Like, I'm used to like the WoW expansion thing where like you buy the most recent expansion and then you have access to all the older content as well. And I've never been 100% clear on whether or not ESO handles it that way or not. I think it does. But I'm really not sure. I guess I'll find out. The Warden. Warden is DLC. If you bought Arcanist, you should also have. That's what I thought. Yeah. I played it. I played an Arcanist for a while. I bought that. The Necrom expansion was the last one that I paid for. For some reason, I thought, doesn't the Warden have a pet, or am I thinking of a different class? I thought the Warden was a pet class. Whoops, I don't know if I want 2 of these guys. So ESO does work the same way, basically. That's good to know. It does have a pet, but it's not needed for a tank. Weird. So it is a pet class. So I don't know if I should. I don't know if I want to jump in on a pet class. I'll probably check out the Dragon Knight. Jumping in on a pet class seems like a whole different, like, can of beans. I also worry that in a game where the combat, like, leveling up is already, like, super easy combat, I worry about, like, also having a pet. I want to make sure that I'm, like, actually in melee with things. I want to melee the things in their faces. But we'll see. I'll check it out. Maybe I'll log in today and play around in the character creator later. In my own time. Yeah, I've never tried out the Sorcerer either. I tried out the Arcanist. The Arcanist was pretty interesting for like kind of like a ranged DPS class. It was kind of interesting. It had a cool like laser beam-esque spell. But I think for me, like I really want to be like up close and personal with the enemies. Part of like the joy I get out of games like this is like actually like seeing the enemy animations, seeing the enemy models and stuff like that. I feel like a lot of times like ranged classes kind of diminish that experience. Whereas like you just kind of stand back, especially if combat's like super easy, you just stand back and you like mow enemies down. I want to be like right up in their grill. Arcanist is considered to be the strongest DPS range class. Yeah, that's not, with it being the newest one, that's not surprising. It seemed really powerful. And Santek, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate you hanging out with the stream. Have a good rest of your day, buddy. Did I die already? No, I didn't die. No, we have had 0 death. Because obviously I'm a professional WoW player, and why would I ever die to anything? The very thought of it is offensive. Classic era streams are my best streams. I appreciate you saying so. Some people definitely feel that way. Yep. they are my most chill streams. That's definitely true. And I appreciate being able to hang out with you guys, play vanilla era, and just have a chill time. I'm gonna be endeavoring to make the streams more balanced going forward. So we're not gonna spend every single day farming Mythic Plus. I know some of you guys were probably getting worried. Like, is this a retail only channel now? Is this a Mythic Plus only channel? It's not a Mythic Plus only channel. And I'm gonna make sure that the content like going forward reflects that. I got super focused on Mythic Plus. It's very easy for me to get kind of addicted to game modes like that, because especially with rating and like item level gear score, it allows me to feel like a sense of progression that is very like addictive to my brain. So I just have to make sure that like, you know, I don't get carried away. We're gonna try to like, I'm gonna try to keep the number of Mythic Plus streams to like 3 in a week or less. And I'm going to try, when we are doing Mythic Plus, I probably need to keep it to 3 hours a day, because I tend to get a little bit worked up in my last hour. It's never a shining moment for me. Yo, yeah, I always have a great time playing vanilla. Yeah, it's nice to be able to be here. I don't know if Deviate Delight is gonna like pop off like we want it to, but it's nice to have a place to go where people are trying to play vanilla. It's always very relaxing and very cathartic for me. Yep, we're almost we're over 4.5 hours in. We're almost 4.5 hours in, and I think I might have dropped like 1 F-bomb the entire day. As opposed to yesterday, I think the F-bomb counter was at like 30 or 40. So yeah, it's been much better for like my blood pressure and probably for like my overall mental health.
What's on your mind?
Lori, good evening to you. The warrior is going well. We are trying not to die, and we haven't died yet, so that's good.
Good.
It's not a true hardcore run. I'm not going to stop the character if we die. We're just going to keep track of how many times I do die. And then there are some consequences for me if we die. There are some consequences. Not like really bad consequences. Basically, if I die, I have to read your comments in a Batman voice while I do the spirit run back to my body. That's really the only consequence. And just the shame of letting myself get killed. That's a pretty big consequence too. I'm playing softcore. We're playing softcore hardcore
Keep your feet on the ground.
on Deviate Delight, which is just an honest man's playthrough. I'm not using the add-on. I'm not on the official hardcore realms because the official hardcore realms are completely dead. But we are trying not to die, so I'm playing it like it's hardcore. In the sense that we're being careful, in the sense that we're like caring about things. But not in the sense that I'm going to delete the character if I die. I think I'm done here for now. Yeah, I think we're good to Hearth back. We're going to save everything else for a return visit. I think we're going to head back to Elwyn and do some stuff in Elwyn for a little bit. Yeah, punishment versus reward. Warriors guaranteed to die while leveling. Every warrior that I've had so far has died. That's true. Nothing is guaranteed in life, though. You should know that. There are no guarantees in life. Even death in this case. With it being a video game, even death is not guaranteed. What's the difference between normal, heroic, mythic, and mythic plus difficulty? Just like, yeah, difficulty, higher HP, higher attack power on the enemies. When you get into mythic plus, there are different affixes, like different things that happen throughout the fight. Like maybe you take some bleed damage, maybe something else happens. Yeah, and they're just like much harder. They get progressively harder and harder. Mythic plus are on a timer, so to get the best rewards and to increase your rating, you have to complete the run in a certain amount of time. Usually it's like a 30-minute timer. But yeah, basically just progressively more and more difficult. I ran right out of town and started herbing. Like, let's go turn in the quest and go to Elwyn. It turns into, let's run out of town and start picking herbs. Makes sense. How can I have both Horde and Alliance flags hanging in the room? I like both factions, and different versions of the game, different factions are superior.
Well met.
Like, in Vanilla era, I prefer Alliance.
See you soon.
In Cataclysm era, I prefer Horde. And then in Retail era, I go back to preferring Alliance. Although in Retail era, keep in mind, everything is cross-faction. So realistically, it makes perfect sense that I'm flying both flags.
Safe travel.
Because in the modern game, everything's cross-faction. That was a pretty huge one-hander upgrade we just got, actually. Alright, yeah, let's head to Ironforge. We're gonna stop by the bank, I think, because I think I'm gonna dump my herbs. I'm not sure, like, if I want to do alchemy or not. Let's check the auction house. Let's see if there's any market for low-level herbs on the auction house. Or if I should just be vendoring them for money. Oh, we hit level 10. Oh, I didn't even notice. That's awesome. That's a good milestone. We're gonna go into arms. We're gonna go with a bleed build. I think right away we go into improved rend. We go probably 3 here and 2 here. Although going into parry, like trying to survive going into parry is not a bad idea. But I think in this case, the best defense is going to be a powerful offense. So I'm going to go into improved rend first so we can eventually get down into deep wounds. We're not doing a self-found run, so I can spend gold wherever I want. Yeah, we'll be spending gold on the auction house. We are doing a no-death run. We are not doing like a solo self-found type of deal. Absolutely not. I had my fill of solo self-found back on Bloodcell Buccaneers. I got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of solo self-found under my belt. And it is not a thing that I will readily return to. So I will spend gold where I please. The first thing I have to do is save up 3 gold to get the Shining Silver Breastplate. That's goal number 1. And then eventually we'll need 100 gold for a mount. That's going to be an incredibly high amount of gold to have. So yeah, I think I'm just going to vendor everything. We'll check the auction house, but I think we'll probably end up just vendoring like low level stuff. Maybe the higher level mats will sell for more, but I doubt that the Silver Leaf and the Peace Bloom is going to sell for very much. Especially because the economy here seems kind of small. It seems like it's a real buyer's market, so if you're looking to buy stuff, it's good, it's really cheap. If you're looking to sell stuff, you're not going to get a lot of money for selling stuff. We'll train level 10 once we're in Elwyn. Yep. Definitely. Let's check, let's see. This is the auction house over here. Take a little peek at some prices. Yeah, see, Silver Leaf is selling for 2 gold a stack. I'm probably better off just vendoring it. It's gonna be easier to vendor it. It's gonna be in our bags for less time. 5 silver. Yeah, the economy's trying to grow back. Yeah, so like maybe in the sake of like trying to help the economy, maybe I should do this. Maybe I should try to help the economy. I guess like vendoring stuff kind of hurts the player economy, I guess. We'll see if it sells, you know. I'll do it this time. And if it sells, then that's fine. If it doesn't sell, then we vendor it. Because it's like, it's so little money that it's almost not worth coming and putting it up, you know? Yeah, the prices on this server are all very low. Very low. So yeah, nothing is worth a lot right now. But I'll do my part here to try to help grow the economy. By pumping some mats into it. Maybe that'll help people out, I don't know. We will see. I can actually stop over here and train level 10 really quick.
Greetings.
Rend rank 2, that's awesome. And Blood Rage. I'm training level 10 on time? No. In Classic Era, it's important to, yeah. In Cataclysm, I would not have trained just now. It wouldn't have been worth the effort of stepping out of my way. But in Vanilla, it's actually worth it. Because you train ranks. The ranks are what makes it worth it to go to your trainer every time you can train. Is that you want to get your next rank. In a game without ranks, where you only have to train like brand new abilities one time, it's like you just go to your trainer less because it really doesn't matter. You know what? I didn't grab the flight point. I'm gonna grab the flight point. Yeah, because there's a chance that like I'll just want to put myself on a flight at some point and just like fly back here. The tram is a little bit faster, but the flight point I can AFK. And so in the interest of being able to AFK fly in the future, I'm gonna go back and grab the flight point. That's another thing I typically forget to do. Watching me play has been a blessing and a curse. You've had enough. You're done adulting and Azeroth is calling your name. That's awesome. That makes me happy to hear. I hope you have a good time. Thanks for being here and for hanging out with the stream. I appreciate that. If any of you guys get the itch for vanilla era, come play on Deviant Delight. Deviant. Either way, Deviate Delight. That's where we're trying to grow a little community, I guess. Not us specifically, but like the greater internets, maybe some other content creators, maybe Reddit, maybe the forums. Everyone's trying to kind of grow a community of vanilla players here on Deviate Delight. I like Deviant Delight better. It is a US server. Yeah, sadly, it is US server. US East is the time zone. It's only a 3-minute flight. I feel like running to the tram, waiting for the tram, standing on the tram. I feel like the flight might be faster. Is the flight faster than the tram? I feel like it must be. It's at least equivalent. If you factor in the running that it takes to get to the tram, like the flight has to at least be equivalent. The flight is faster. Yeah, I feel like it has to be. Do we want to do a guild? I don't want to do a guild. I don't want to do a guild. We know how that goes. I feel like having a guild is a bad idea. We have a Discord. We have a Discord. What we should do is let's make a room in the Discord for Deviant Delight. And then what I'll do is I'll put the Discord link into the stream description. So that's what I want to do. I don't want to do a guild. I don't want to do an in-game guild. We know how that goes. But we do have a Discord community. And I think that's going to be the best way. Let me grab a 7-day link here. Boop. And I will put that into the stream description. Then anybody who wants to hang out can come to the Discord. There we go. I will pop that in there. There we go. Discord link is in the description. There is like a verification process to make sure that you are a human being. We have some very basic server rules. And as long as you follow those rules, you won't get kicked. It's a good time. There, Alex has actually put the link into chat because that's smart too. That's why Alex is here. To do the actual smart thing. We have a custom Discord link now. See, I don't run my own Discord, so I don't know these things. That's amazing. Alex, thank you so much, man. Really, really appreciate it. Tex, thanks so much, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by, giving a shout out. What happens when I have a guild though is like, because I play lots of different versions of WoW. So like if I'm not hyper active, like the guild dies anyway. Like that's what I found. That's why I say like it's better to have a Discord community and like a Discord channel for it. It's just like that's a little bit more permanent than a guild. I feel like Discord community can live with or without me. And the in-game guilds tend to do really badly if I'm not like hyper fixating on that version of the game. It's weird. It's weird. And I have too many dead guilds. I have like so many dead hardcore guilds. It's just sad to think about. There's nothing sadder than a dead guild. You know? Mr. Santa, thanks for hanging out, man. I really appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you next time. And all of my guilds, I'm not GM. I haven't been GM of any of my guilds. That is always the most important step, not being GM. But even with that, the guild tends to live or die on whether or not I'm playing a lot of that version. Did I train weapons? I didn't, but with your reminder, I will, Mantar. Because I certainly did not. I didn't train him in Ironforge either. Damn it, Mantar. You were 3.5 minutes late. I could have trained axes and maces. We'll get it next time.
Well met.
Let's see, just two-handed swords for now, I think.
Careful.
This isn't hardcore, no, this is the Deviate Delight Server, but we're playing it as if it's hardcore. I'm not going to delete the character if I die. If I die, then I will read your comments in a Lego Batman voice while I run back to my body. And we will keep track of how many times I die. So I'm trying not to die. I'm playing as if it's hardcore, so that I don't die. Which to me is always a more like interesting and immersive way to play. Like trying not to die is the best way to play. I'm gonna see if there are any two-handed swords that maybe we can like buy for cheap and start getting this going. Okay, there are some two-handed swords. Are they pricey? They're not pricey, but they're not. I'm gonna buy this one. Of the Eagle, I don't need the intellect, but I feel like to level it up, that's my best option. Agility, I don't really need agility. I'm gonna grab this one because it's like the cheapest one. Like we don't need intellect, but that's okay. Yeah, trying not to die just makes it a more immersive experience. Definitely. You just kind of like, everything matters a little bit more if you're trying not to die. Alright, let's go skill this thing up a little bit. We'll go whack some wolves in the forest, perhaps. Wow, it was raining earlier in Elwyn Forest, and it's still raining. This has been quite a rain front that has come through. That's kind of hard to believe. I wonder if maybe it stopped raining and then resumed raining. It's hard to believe that it rained the entire time we were in Dunmorrow. But maybe it did. Maybe tomorrow it'll be sunny in Elwyn. Oh, we have to level up our skinning. Let's go do that. There is a skinner right nearby, and we've been capped out on skinning for a little while now.
Hello.
There we go.
Safe travels.
Alright, are we ready to fight the Murlocs? I think so. Weapon skill is pretty good. For this level, I think that's okay. Yeah, we might miss, but we should have a couple of levels on these guys now, so it shouldn't be like super impactful if we miss once or twice. We should start to see some really big crits. Big numbers. If we're not going to do alchemy, then I need to see about buying some healing potions. Either off the auction house or possibly from vendors. Because yeah, we need a way to have just a little bit of an emergency button just in case I get a little bit low on HP. I can take both these guys. He says as he misses his first attack. And then another attack. They're gonna run, let's do hamstring. That guy did not run. Maybe these ones don't run away. We are level 10. Level 10 and no deaths yet, so that's actually pretty good. Oh wow, Herbalism is also really close to being maxed out. I should train that also. What level will I get today? I don't know. We've been at it for 5 hours now, so I probably will have to stop soon. Unfortunately, I will probably have to stop soon. I need to get a workout in. I need to make some food for dinner. So I got a couple of things I have to do, and we have been at it for a little while. I've been having a great time. Time has like flown by. And you guys let me take 15 minutes for like a big lunch, so I was able to eat a bunch of food on my lunch. And yeah, that's let me come back and play longer than I might have been able to otherwise. And then I think we'll be back at it tomorrow. I think I want to get back on here tomorrow. There we go, that's 4 out of 4. Yeah, Alex, you can die as much as you want, man. It's okay. Unless you're gonna do the Batman voice, like, in private. Which you could do, but, yeah. It's totally up to you. If I die, there are actual stakes. I don't know what kinds of stuff you guys are gonna have me say in the Lego Batman voice, and I don't know how long I can maintain it. So it's gonna depend on like the kind of spirit run we're looking at. So I have actual important stakes. Yeah, tomorrow is Sunday. I think I should still be able to stream for a bit. Maybe it'll either be a little bit earlier than usual or a little bit later than usual. But I think I should have some time to get out here and play. I think it'll be earlier. I think the plans I do have are in the evening.
What can I do for you? Or the Alliance?
You need something?
Have a good one.
Light be with you.
Maybe the same thing with the leather. If I'm trying to help the economy here, maybe I should be saving my leather and selling that on the auction house as well. Could be good. I think I will endeavor to do that. Let's see if we can do a little bit of cooking, and then next time I'll probably do some fishing next time. So tomorrow I will start the stream with like 10 or 12 minutes of fishing to start getting our fishing leveled up. That will also be a really good way to level up our cooking because we have this.
Buy and trade.
Hey there. How are you?
Alright, let's set the Hearthstone here so I don't forget to do that. And I think this is going to be a perfect place to stop for today. As much as I want to keep playing, I could probably sit here and play for like many more hours. I've been having a really great time. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with me today and letting me play some classic era classic. It's been a blast. We'll be back tomorrow for some more classic era classic, so I would love to see you guys then. Until then, take care of yourselves out there in the real world and take care of each other. And we'll see you back here again very soon. Bye for now.